Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hi everybody, and welcome to game number 11 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. The score is tied at 5 games each. We have 2 last rounds to go. I am Grandmaster Alik Gershon. Alongside me is Grandmaster Shui.
Hi, Alik.
Hi, Shui. What the tension can be felt, can be cut with knife here.
Yes.
What do you expect for the next 2 hours, for the next 2 days, for the next 2 games, for today's game?
Actually, today when I arrived our hall, I think the atmosphere here is totally different from maybe 2 or 3 days ago. All the members here are getting nervous about the games from Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie, and I really looking forward to today's game because last 2 games from Lei and Ju, they played very gentle, I think, in the game, and this is the last game with Lei Tingjie played white. In classical, so I'm looking forward what she will do in this game.
It's time to throw in some punches here as both players today. Lei Tingjie will be having, as you said, the last white pieces of her match. Tomorrow, of course, the last game of the match, the last classical game of the match. Ju Wenjun will be enjoying the whites pieces. We can see so far how both players did so far. The score, as we said, is a level at 5 points each. Only one win for each side with the white pieces. So the white color here is very important. For instance, if we compare this match to the match in 2020, where Ju Wenjun played against Alexandra Goryachkina, there each player managed to win 3 games out of the 12. So we had 6 decisive games back there. And going into the last 2 rounds, Ju Wenjun was actually leading by 1 point, and she lost the last game with black. So as we said, it's very hard to win the last game.
Yes.
But everything can happen. We are not there yet. Today is, as you said, is an extremely important game for Lei Tingjie. She wants to use her white pieces to the maximum, but of course you never want to lose this game with white.
Yes, the only result that really cannot be afford for Lei Tingjie is to lose with white. Because even if you lose with black today, tomorrow you will have a white, and you will still have some chances.
Absolutely.
But to win the game with black in the last round, and you must win it, it's very difficult.
Absolutely, it has happened in the past,
Yes.
of course, but on the world championship level, in a world championship match, it's extremely hard to do so. Even though we are playing in Chongqing, the hometown of Lei Tingjie, but so far the hometown wasn't so good for the player in which we're enjoying the hometown. Ju Wenjun lost the first part by 1 point in Shanghai, her hometown. Now we are in Chongqing. So far, Lei Tingjie is losing this part of the match. We'll see how it goes, and of course, if the score in the next two games, doesn't matter how we reach it, but if we end those 2 days in 1 point in a split score, we will have exciting tie breaks with 4 games, four rapid games with 25 minutes each and 10-second increment after each move. And if this is also this match is drawn, then we will have blitz games until the end of until we get a decisive result.
It's some kind of.
The players are ready. We can see. We can move and see. We have special guests today.
And for the white pieces who helped Lei to play the first move is Luo Jianping, Deputy Director of the Standing Committee of Changshou District People's Congress. The man who helped Ju Wenjun to play the first move is Yan Chunming, list of good smartens of China.
And now it's all the ceremonial stuff is behind us, and the players really can concentrate on the game. Yesterday we had a rest day. It was the chess day, the International Chess Day yesterday. The players really had time to recharge their batteries, to get all of their powers before fighting those last very important 2 games. You can see Lei Tingjie is laughing at something. You remember, we were very curious what Ju Wenjun was laughing about during the previous game. And when asked at the press conference, she said that it was something not related to chess, and she was not ready to share it before. Maybe she said maybe after the match I will share what I was thinking about. But of course, they are extremely concentrated and extremely serious. It just goes to show you that they can also think about things not related to chess, even when the pressure is so high.
And actually, I think yesterday when Ju Wenjun smiles, the position is from something like knight f3, knight d2 to her position with upper pawn. So she has time to relax.
This is true. This is true. Both players actually they played an almost perfect game last game, but again they were very relaxed, very humble about their match so far in the press conference, and you can feel the respect they're having to each other.
Yes.
So they know it's not going to be easy, and okay, time to guess. First move.
I think they will still go for e4.
E4, so we'll not see d4 from Lei, at least in the classical portion of the match. Probably, maybe she will surprise us in her last game, white game of the classical portion. You know, to me, it's, this current situation, if we take the tennis parlance, I kind of feel that we are almost already in tiebreak because
Yes.
you know you only have 2 games. It's like 40-40
Yes.
result in a game, right? So whoever scores here, the other side will have only one chance to fight back. And the first move was played. What was the first move? Let's see. The players are concentrated. I think yes, it was E4. E5, Ju Wenjun goes back to E5 after a few, there were 3 games
Yes.
that she tried a new move
and
every time.
Sicilian.
Now she is back to her, to the basics, to E5, and actually after every day so far, after each free day, she comes with something surprising prepared.
Yes.
For the opening. Last time she came with the Caro-Kann, I think, right?
Last time
Or
is
no,
Sicilian.
she came with the Sicilian, right? And
Yes.
before that, she came with Caro-Kann. So she is using her time to at home. I see in the chat that you guys spotted Steve Bonaghe. Of course, this is our fantastic photographer doing his great job from the other side of the lens. And
actually, she still plays something, make some surprise to Lei. I think Bishop E7 is on the board.
Bishop E7, right? Before that, we had a Bishop
C5 game.
in the previous game.
And actually, the Bishop C5 game Ju Wenjun lost is the 5th game.
So we will see what Lei Tingjie has prepared, because she always has something prepared in
Yes.
this match so far. But so far she is thinking, which is interesting, unusual, I would say, in the
Yes.
opening stage.
Actually, I look at her action after Ju Wenjun played the Bishop E7. Her eyes seems like the signal she is try to memorize what she prepared before, because Bishop E7 also a very common line in Italian.
Absolutely, a common line, but it doesn't help you if the line is common if you don't remember it, right? So
Yes.
you really need to dig down there in your memory and fetch all the lines, all the notes that you had, all the analysis all the hours and hours that you've spent on this position, right? You need to bring them back. Guys, those who join us, the score is level, 5 games each. We have 2 last classical games to go in this match. If there will be no decision in those 2 games, we will go to exciting tiebreaks. First rapid games, 4 rapid games, then followed by blitz games afterwards. So,
So today I think the arbiter levels up the air conditioner, I think, because both players take off their coats.
yes, it can happen sometimes. Again, as we said, the pressure is getting to everybody.
Yes.
You can see if you see here, Lei's feet. She is, when people are moving their feet, it means that sometimes it just happens, but usually it happens when you have a lot of adrenaline in your blood, and it goes through your feet normally, feet or sometimes fingers or all other kinds of stuff. But Lei Tingjie really looks surprised. She is thinking about, she's taking her first thing in this position after Bishop E7. And what is your take? Is she really that surprised, or maybe
Yes.
she was choosing between the many openings that she could go in for the many lines that White can go here?
Knight C3 is one of the lines very new, because if we can show some lines instead.
But look at this. After she has chosen this Knight C3 move, she keeps playing quite fast.
Yes, quite fast. Knight c3, a4. First, I want to say this bishop e7 line is always played by Daniel Dubov, and I remember in World Cup maybe Ispinko played white against Dubov with this knight c3, but a3 next. I'm not sure castling first, but I'm sure knight c3, a3, these moves are played. But Lei Tingjie tries to play knight c3 and a4. This style is new to me. I know the line. For example, if castling here and castling for black, white can play rook e1. This is very important to stop you play d5 immediately. And after d6, white can play a4. For example, black play king h8. There is a lot of moves like knight a5, bishop e6, h6. But I just show some of the ideas what black wants to play. And a5, you have to go with a6. And here is an example. When I played white, some players played maybe like knight g8. I'm not very sure. And then after a6, he played b6. After some moves, I played some like knight c3, knight b5, and bishop d5. The knight is not on c6, and forced he to play rook b8, and I take on a7. It's just a promotion. So this is why black has to play a6. And after a6, there is a lot of line. I just don't waste too much time. For example, like knight c3, and black can play knight g8 and f5. It's very counterplay.
So king h8, don't get surprised, guys. This is a valid move. We want to let the knight go to g8 to free the way for the pawn.
Yes.
It looks a little bit like a Fischer random after this, right? But no, this is an actual plan that black has in this position.
And knight c3 is a move always followed by a3. For example, like castling or d6 played in the game, and Lei Tingjie actually played a4. This is new to me. Maybe we will see it later. And a3 is a move because after castling, white just wants to first. I don't want you to play knight a5 to exchange my bishop. I will go back to a2, and then after b4, your knight on a5 is just useless, and it's better for white. But if you don't play knight a5, for example, like after a4, maybe I will give you some chances like knight b4. This knight on b4 is very good for black. It's before this game. This is what I think. But Lei played a4.
If Lei played it usually means that they have studied it, of course, and she played it very
fast. Yes.
So, this is quite interesting. Let's try and see what the theory says about this line. So you are quite right. The move a4 has barely been played.
Yes, or maybe castling first for white is more natural.
Actually, in this position, I don't see any games in a4. No, sorry, but by various transpositions, this position does exist, and it has been actually played by many prominent players. It has been played by Vachier Lagrave, it has been played by Nepo, by Dominguez, by Jobava, and so we have quite a lot of material here. The main move is indeed a short castle here. And now white has a choice of h3, a short castle, or even a5. Let's see, MVL played it in rapid against Dubov, as you said, in 2021. He castled short here, h6, h3, bishop e6. The bishops were exchanged, and after knight e2, knight went a5, knight goes to g3.
Yes, Dubov is an expert in this variation with black.
And he went on to win this game because sooner or later he played king h8 and d5, and it was a very nice position for him, as it seems, on the at least at first sight.
Yes.
The other game of actually MVL against Dubov, and it was in the same match, I think, they played.
Well, in the
So short, same things happened, but instead of taking on e6, MVL played rook e1 here.
yes.
Still,
And,
still knight takes e4.
Yes,
by the way.
this is maybe an opening line after knight e4 something.
Knight takes e4, d5, bishop b5, d takes e4. This is some crazy stuff
Wow.
going on. Bishop c6, b takes c6.
I think well preparation from both sides.
Knight takes e5, e takes d3. This is really crazy to my eyes.
Yes.
What's going on? Knight takes c6, dc2, queen c2, queen d7, bishop f4, and it looks like white at least is enjoying some advantage here,
Yes.
and he went on to win the game. So quite. Yeah, and actually, so the first game with bishop takes e6 was in their round in the 11th game, and later MVL improved. So
Yes, it's an improvement.
this line is an improvement over their previous game. And if we are interested in last year, Nepo played the same. Against Sadwani Ronak, and here after castle, bishop e6, he played a5 in this,
Yes.
Position. And after a6, rook e1, queen d7, bishop d2, h6, knight d5.
Bishop d2 is a very clever move, because if you don't play it, black can play take, and knight b4.
Exactly.
And
Exactly, that was specifically aiming for knight d5, and after bishop takes, e takes, knight b8, b4, it looks that white does enjoy
Yes.
a very healthy advantage. So, what is surprising to me actually is that Lei Tingjie is thinking here,
Yes.
because a4 seems like a move that she did prepare at home, and a short castle is the main reaction to this one. So
So maybe she wants to memorize to check what to play. For example, I need to play castle in first, or a5 first, or h3 first.
maybe indeed that was actually there was a relatively recent game. Kirill Alexeyenko won against Vladimir Kramnik here. After castle, he castled the short, h6, h3, rook e8 played by Kramnik instead of bishop p6,
Yes.
as we saw by Daniil Dubov. Rook e1, bishop f8, a5, a6, bishop e3, bishop e6. Alexeyenko took on e6, rook e6, knight d5, rook e8, c4, g6, b4. Again, it looks like white got everything he wanted to actually, and
Yes.
And he went on to win quite confidently in the rest of the game. Okay, so this is the current theory. What are you learning from what we have seen so far?
I think first for white, I think a5 is a very important move in this line, according to all the games. I think only Daniil Dubov wins a game with he played a5 against and white cannot play a5. I don't remember the name the player who played white against him, but the game goes like bishop e6, and after h6, h3, bishop e6, and after take, and somehow he played a5, and black create an eagle position in the queen side. This is the only game black eagles on queen side, I think. So for white, I really think a5 is an important move. So maybe Lei Tingjie here is thinking about to play a5 now. It's this is what I think. Why she is thinking now. Because I think for me, I will not play h3 here because after castling, bishop g4 is what a move I really want to see. Because for example, h3, bishop h5. If I play bishop e3, I think knight d4 is really not a good move in this kind of positions. And actually,
she surprises us.
Wow!
She played bishop g5 here, a move that has been very rarely played so far.
Yes, actually, I'm very shocked with this move, bishop g5. It really goes to a new part to me, and in this kind of positions, I really never seen bishop g5 move.
And actually, this position is very interesting. But this position has been played. So we have seen this position quite a lot, but with white having the move here, because it often we get this position in a line where black goes bishop c5.
Ah, okay, I know.
And there, after bishop g5, bishop e7, a4, d6, it's white to play here.
Yes.
So it's a huge difference in terms of having an extra move here.
Yes.
If you're playing it with white to play it here. So really not many. So this exact position has been played before, but with the white to play and not black to play. So this does allow black to get a much more comfortable game, of course, than after in those lines after bishop c5 and bishop e7. And it might be a case that Lei Tingjie mixed up a little bit in her home preparation, because she remembers, especially, you know, if this is something that, at least it happened to me. Probably from what we see so far for her, it's very different. But for me, when I used to learn some new opening, you get a lot of new ideas, a lot of new lines. But at some point, I would get some salad in my head, like you know, all those positions start to mix up because you have so many transformations. And this, I'm not saying this is what happened. Maybe it's just a preparation, and they want to specifically get this position and go. And
actually, we see some confused emotions from Lei's
It looks, yes, exactly. So, but I would say that probably she mixed up something, and it's something that is
really common in
quite common, exactly, in chess. That you have so much to remember, and all those lines are really interwired somehow in our brains. So.
And actually, Alik, both of us are playing Italian. I think we have the same feeling that Italian is really an opening which easy to make some like this.
To mix up stuff, absolutely.
Yes.
And actually, it has to be said that it's not the end of the world, right?
Of course. Because I think something like bishop c5 and bishop e7, this line is in Lei's mind. So she knows what the plan for white next. Actually, I think the plan for white will not be changed a lot.
Yeah, probably. And maybe black does get, so for instance, even the computer says, for instance, that now it's 0, 0, 0.
Yes.
But if it was white to play, so it would be 0 plus 0.2 advantage to white's favor. So all in all, not such a huge difference. At the end of the day, you basically you have to outplay your opponent either way if you want to win the game.
Yes.
Okay, so, but having this extra tempo, how do we approach this position? Do we try to play bishop g4 here, or we go a more modest bishop e6, the same way that we would go without the bishop on g5?
I think I will go bishop e6 for black here. Okay, and I think for white, maybe white will play castling. Just ignore.
Just ignoring the bishop in claiming that you don't really want to take, probably.
Yes, this is one of the dream positions for white in
because
Italian.
it gets an eternal hold of the d5 square, right? And then all of a sudden, your play is so easy for white. Yes, after this exchange, bishop e6 was played by the world champion.
Yes, and actually, if you play, you are a d4 player. For example, if you are an e4 player, maybe you will not know such much position like this, but you will see something like d4, d5. If you play white, maybe you will see some lines like that, and e3 for white.
Exactly. This is quite common in the d4 lines. Exactly. Because those pawns, although there is this common wisdom that says you don't, you want to refrain from doubling your pawns on one rank because, of course, they are weaker. But there's always some exception to those rules, and in such cases, the grip that you are getting in the center, on the central squares, is really trumps over those weaknesses that the pawn structure, of the ruined pawn structure. So in this case, it really is more important to have those pawns controlling the center. But Lei Tingjie, really, it is the first time so far in her white games, or in any games, I would say, that she is not showing a perfect home preparation.
Yes, or maybe one game I can consider she is also down in the time down in the opening is the game 2. She played the black and.
Yes, okay, I agree. That was the only other game, really.
Yes.
And so far in all the white games, or most of the black games, she was the one to surprise. Ju Wenjun was the one to spend time in the opening. And, from Ju Wenjun's perspective, what a better, you couldn't ask for a better, timing for your opponent to be surprised. Lei Tingjie takes on f6. This is actually what the computer suggests, to take on f6 and play probably knight d5. Knight d5 is already on the board. Right, it makes a lot of sense. So in the connection with bishop g5 with taken on f6 and knight d5, it makes a lot of sense, right? This whole plan. But as you said, so for instance, if we come back to those lines that we have seen so far, if black takes on d5, e d5, now black would have a move like knight b4 probably, or we even have knight e7 here, right? Which is a much more natural. But probably white wants to take with the bishop here, right?
I think after bishop d5, the position is better for white, mainly because of the difference from two bishops. White has bishop on d5, which controls two diagonals, and look at black's bishop.
You just really cannot look at the bishop without sympathetic feelings towards this bishop, which is really stuck. Staring at its own pawns and not having any prospects in the game. So we should not expect bishop takes d5, I think, right?
Yes, and this position, I think black is a little not easy to make a move for little, because g6 is one of the move I think very natural in this line. But if you play g6, you need to be afraid of h4, because
Always.
yes, white hasn't played castling. This is why Lei Tingjie still don't play the castle.
And you know, now thinking of it, so this extra tempo that she doesn't have in this position, it
Yes.
could have been a short castle, which would basically be to black's favor even in
Yes.
this specific scenario, because she would be able to play g6, right? So this is actually quite tricky, and if Lei Tingjie has it prepared with her team, it might be quite tricky.
Yes, I think g6 is not a move easily to play in this position, because after h4, first white has some h5 to break the pawn structure on the king side, and if you play bishop g7, I also have knight g5. I have a lot of things on
Absolutely.
king side.
A lot of putting even more pressure, and but again, h5 really does look very compelling, right?
Yes.
Because you always have this issue that you don't want to deal with the pawn on h6, because a pawn
Yes.
on h6 is like a constant headache forever, right? It creates all kinds of checkmate ideas. The end games can be very
Yes.
bad, because the king would have to stay protecting this pawn on h7. All sorts of issues are coming from a pawn on h6. This is why actually nowadays on top level it is so common to play
Yes.
h4, h5 in almost any position, right? So
Yes.
it's like amazing. This saying, we have already said it in our broadcast. If you don't know what to do, it's almost a joke now. Just play h4, right?
Yes, but it should be black played at g6.
Yeah, it's better that, but oftentimes we even see that white even starts pushing h4 just like that, right?
Yes,
because
it's also a good move, maybe.
because after you play h5, and so for instance, one of the things, let's say just black passes, so one of the things, one of the unpleasant things with h4, h5 is that, okay, now white wants to play h6, and you will have to make a decision,
Yes.
either to play g6 yourself, or to allow white to take on g7, and then the h file and the h pawn will be weak.
And for example, if black play h6, and sometimes, but not now, maybe sometimes we have knight h4, knight f5.
Exactly.
And knight on f5 is not easy to capture for black.
Absolutely. So the knight can suddenly get on h5 and cannot be driven away very easily. Then there will be
Yes.
like multiple ideas to start putting pressure on the g pawn. And in general, this pawn formation with the pawn on h5, keeping those two pawns blocked and fixed, it's really annoying sometimes, right?
Yes.
So this is the positional justification for all those for this h4 h5 maneuver, and of course after g6 it's even stronger. Okay, so what do we do with black?
Actually, this is a very good question. How to black make a move here?
So the first thing that comes to my mind is to do something with this knight, right? Because
Yes.
it's kind of misplaced on c6 now. We know that. We would love to get it to e7, but it's not advisable, I think, in this situation,
Yes.
because those double pawns are so much different from those double pawns, right?
Yes.
These pawns are not helping to control the center in any way. We have just weakened our king for forever, basically.
Yes.
So,
And we have no counterplay after g takes f6, so it's not a good move.
so knight e7 is not a move. Is knight d4 a move? I see that the machine is suggesting it as the
Yes.
main move for black.
Actually, some kind of knight d4 is, for example, after knight d4 takes, this pawn structure is very easy to see in the right low pits. let's just show some lines. For example, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, and d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, and some line like knight c3, castle, a3. Oh, maybe sorry, white need to play a3 first because knight a5, and after a3 maybe some moves like bishop g4, bishop e3, knight d4. I think this is a very natural line, and a lot of players knows this. And actually, I think, let's say just easily, for example, like take. It's very similar to our position if after knight d4.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, but actually this is really better for white to have these bishops. But imagine if the bishops are exchanged. It's something like similar in our games if black play knight d4 here. So maybe after knight d4 I will go take.
Yeah, the problem is that black will never take on d5 now, right?
Yeah, yes, black will never play this move.
So, and if you take on f6, it will be a lot different. Maybe though,
yes.
Maybe some move like a queen f3 and try to put some pressure here.
Yes.
For instance, like this.
I think
but
bishop
apparently
g5.
If we
bishop
go
e5,
even
yes.
to e5, and then I think black has a very nice game.
Yes, and c6 is also next move for black.
Exactly. So this is not something we want to do. And if we take on f6, then again,
yes, this is totally different.
The advantage is not there. The bishop really, for us to be hoping for any advantage, should be a dark bishop and not a light square bishop. Okay, so how do we play?
Yes, knight d4 is a good move, I think. Like I cannot see any other good moves for white. c3, I will just take on f3 and play bishop g5 or bishop e7.
Basically with the same idea, although I think that it's much better for white to have the pawn on e5 than to have the pawn on d4. And I wanted to ask you, do I have a move like that anyway?
Yes.
It reminds me a little bit those ideas in Sveshnikov, right?
Yes.
Where the knight is on d5, black plays bishop g5, and white goes h4. And there are even moves like g4 as an idea. And maybe it works here, actually.
Yes, because in Sveshnikov, maybe we will say, okay, h4, g4, black has some counterplays on queen side. But this kind of position is really not too much counterplay for black. But I think black maybe will go bishop d5, and after you take, maybe I just go bishop f4. It's still not very clear.
Just like in Sveshnikov, right? You get all those. This is basically the way for black to defend against those ideas. And while the world champion is taking her time to think about how she wants to continue, because this is a very crucial moment for her. Let's look back at the highlights of our previous game, Game 10. Let's see, it was nice.
Welcome to the round 10 of FIDE Women's World Championship March 2023。有请我们今天的开启嘉宾，长寿区政协主席何以荣，全国抗疫先进个人傅显芬。有请两位。
好，我宣布比赛正式开始，请黑方开钟。Let's start box.
Game 10 was another almost perfect game by both players, which ended in a draw. So after 10 games, the score is level, 5 points each, and everything will be decided in the last 2 rounds of the match. Stay tuned. And we are back. Thanks for watching, guys. The score is level, 5 games each. To remind you, those who join us, we still have today is one of the last 2 games of regulation time. If we don't have decisive results in those 2, or if nobody scores more than 1 point, we will go to tie breaks. But of course, we still need to get through those 2 games.
Yes.
And sure, it has to be, in the highlights, we saw a lot of raining happening the last game. Yesterday was a lot of rain, today keeps raining, of the monsoon season coming here in Chongqing. How does it affect the players? How does it affect you?
I think it's, I have some homework before I got to Chongqing. I know these days will be raining, and actually it's very common to see rains in Shanghai and Chongqing, because Shanghai is near sea, and Chongqing is with some mountains and very high, and it's easier to see raining in Shanghai and Chongqing. So it will not be surprised for both of the players. They are living in the city with raining.
I have to tell you, I come from Israel. I live in Israel, and for me, any rain between April and October, late October, is like a miracle almost, because we never basically. This year was different. We had a little bit of rain in even June, but normally from May until late October, you never see any rain for us. So seeing rain in the middle of the summer is really interesting.
So Alik, so maybe yesterday is really a surprise for you to see such a big rainy.
Yes, and I love it basically because you know you have to. This is something I'm missing. The smell of rain in the summer is a lot different from something from the rain that you are getting in the winter. So. And this is a really interesting indeed. And another thing that I noticed that we keep noticing is the amount of attention this event is getting from local kids, from local media, from we have seen many children in the venue every day. Yes. For them, you know, the players are it's a unique opportunity to see the world champion, the challenger, at this young age.
Yes, it's for me. I when I was young, there is no Chinese players playing the women or men's world championship match. Maybe. I just born in these years, because maybe 10 years ago there are some, and 10 years later there are some, but I just haven't a chance to watch some kind of this in the venue, and I only can watch.
For me, it's a huge experience. It's a unique experience, you know. I have to admit, I even, you know, between the rounds, I even sat in the chair of the world champion and the challenger. It feels like you feel the huge atmosphere of this stage. For the kid, it must be amazing. And you know, it reminds me we spoke about, you know, the humble, of both players being so humble. Lei Tingjie was asked at one of the press conferences, how does she feel about young children coming to look at her?
Yes.
And she said, well, they're probably not coming to look at me, but at the world champion sitting next to me. You know? So this is really an amazing reaction and both players are showing such a huge character as humans.
Yes, and their respect to each other. But we see in the video, Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun has a really different kind of personality, I think, and it makes me remind like Ding and Nebel's match.
Yes, yeah, very similar, very similar. And you know, we have already mentioned Steve. We saw him in the opening stage of the game. He said that to him, Nepo and Lei really have similarities in the way in how expressionate they are both. So, and Ju Wenjun is really taking her time again, and now we are back to normal.
Yes.
She has less time on the clock, and everything. Guys, you can relax. Now we are back to our normal match situation. So, was Bishop G5 a misplayed idea, or was it just something that she brought from home?
I think this Bishop G5 and Bishop F6 maybe a plan they prepared at home, but I really don't think this is a position they plan to play in.
Just as a general plan. Okay, it sounds like a good idea. It's a good. By the way, it's a good time. I just took a glance at our chat room. First of all, guys, thank you so much for watching, and we have viewers from all around the world. For some guys, it's the day is ending. For some, it's just beginning. Evenings, nights, etc., etc. So thanks a lot. A big shout to all of you guys. And we already see some people who have been with us from the very beginning of this match. Of course, we would love for you to share this stream, to subscribe to the FIDE channel, to give us a like. You know, it helps other people see this stream. Okay, so the game, Ju Wenjun has been thinking for almost 20 minutes now.
Yes.
And, what is she thinking? So we have discussed a move like knight d4, which sounds good, but there are ideas. I think one of the things that Black needs to consider here is what we said, right? She needs to understand whether she wants to get there, whether she wants to get into this position, because it can become very very concrete and
it's very difficult to understand. This is white is better or black is better.
Exactly.
Although,
if she wants to go.
Yes, bishop on cf4, I know it's very good, but look at the bishop on d5. It's attacking on the king. I have g5, g6, h5 on the queen side, and what will white to do with her king? Just king e2, I think.
Right, the king will feel very well here in the center. So this is one way for black to go. Another way is to maybe transfer the knight via b8 to d7. Maybe again, for us, you said okay, g4 doesn't look like too good because h4. But we are allowed to do that, right? We can stop after h4 and say, yeah, it doesn't look too comfortable.
Yes.
For her, for black, she needs to understand. She needs to weigh all those options and to understand whether this is more comfortable or less comfortable than the other one, the knight d4. So a lot to think about, and we can see that she took a glance at her clock now, because whenever you are thinking over 20 minutes, you start to, actually, you know, I have heard an idea, and I must say I relate to it to some extent, that whenever you spend over 25, 30 minutes,
in one move?
It's on one move, it's counterproductive. So if you didn't manage to find the right move, the right continuation after 20-25 minutes, you will not make it. You will not find it.
Yes.
Right? So anything that you spend from now on, you are already tired. You're not getting really any positive EV out of this. And the world champion heard us, and I think maybe she really thinks the same, and she surprises us a little bit. She took on d5.
And she
played knight b4.
Wow, this is too surprised.
This is very surprising. And but as you said, you remember when we saw this bishop d2 by Nepo.
Yes.
You said it was a very clever move because it prevents knight b4. So this is one of the things that you think about, right? Why not take and really play knight b4?
Yes, because this is knight b4 is kind of a move respond to a4. Because a4 makes sense than a3 in a lot of positions. I will have a a5 for white. I will make more pressures on the queen side. But the only weakness for a4 is give b4 squares to black's knight. And knight b4 is really played by Ju Wenjun. She used this weakness.
And it's the way to exploit this weakness. First of all, we have to say bishop b7, not a good move. The bishop doesn't have any good square to go. If we go back, black can just take back on b2. It was a very, very temporary sacrifice. But I would actually consider, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe e4 is even good here.
Yes, e4 seems like a good move.
The point being that now I'm threatening to check, threatening the rook, and if you go to b1, for instance, I think this check is quite annoying. Or maybe I can even start attacking the pawn. The computer gives a fantastic queen e8 move, attacking both pawns. So we win back the pawn very quickly, and then having a very, very good initiative, especially if we take the a pawn.
This is unstoppable, I think.
It will be quite unstoppable, the bishop. And this is a very common theme in the King's Indian, right? In the King's Indian defense. Whenever black has a chance to sacrifice a pawn and just open this bishop, this is the so well-known King's Indian bishop, the dragon bishop, call it however, but basically all of them, they say you're in trouble if it's open, right?
Yes, sometimes even black plays some knight h5, knight f4 just to sacrifice the e-pawn. You can take with some bishop f4, e takes f4, queen f4, something, and I open my bishop.
Whenever it goes, it's a beast coming alive. So this will not happen. I can promise you this will not happen in this case. And of course, the other way for white to go here to save the bishop would be to play c3. But again,
maybe you just locked my bishop, but
but it doesn't feel. It feels too good for black. This pressure along the b file. We will have even d5 at some point if we need to open up the game, and the bishop is really not that bad because it can go to various places during the game. So this is really not a way for white to go.
And let's go back to the game. So Alik, I want to ask, what if I just play bishop b3? Because bishop b3 is very normal, and c3 is my next move. I will. After bishop b3, I will go c3 next move. So
my first reaction would be actually but my first reaction really, I think, is not good. I wanted to say c5, but now I'm thinking that c5 is a bad positional move. And the reason I'm bringing it up, because just to show you that, apart from my level of chess understanding, is that everybody can make. You need to consider those moves, but you need to understand the drawbacks of them, right?
Yes.
So, first of all, we are placing all our pawns on the dark squares, the squares of our bishop. It's not advisable.
Yes.
And even more importantly, you're not fighting against you're not limiting the white bishop, right? So for instance, a move like c3, knight c6, knight d5, I'm just speaking out loud, but basically you can never drive this bishop away from d5 anymore, right?
Yes, so if you manage to, this manage is not a good thing. I mean, if you manage to use your knight to exchange my bishop, I will put my knight on d5.
Yeah, exactly. So and then the knight will always get the option to go to d5. So c5, we see a move like c5. We see it a lot in Ruy Lopez, right?
Yes.
But the position there is so much different.
Yes.
Black has a light square bishop on b7 somewhere, and you really need to play c5 in order to fight for the center. So because of those analogies, I was thinking about this move, but you know, when you look at it a little bit deeper, you understand that this is just not a good move in this position. So
yes.
I just wanted to share it. To your question, what do? I would love to play a5, I think, because
yes.
next move, white wants to play c3, right? So I need to be able to play, I want to play something like this, and then c6, d5 maybe?
This is a very good plan, I think.
Is this an option?
I really like this this plan. And a5 is a very good plan, and but I want to play here is to play d5 instead. I'm not sure.
Oh, right away, right here. Maybe,
yes.
okay.
I'm not sure this is good or not.
This might be even more to the point idea. So first of all, let's explain. How do we approach this position? Do we want to take on d5? Do we want to allow black to take on e5? Because each of these options have their pluses and their pros and cons, right?
Yes.
And bishop b3, by the way, was played by Lei Tingjie, and we will see what is the world champion's plan here. Because bishop b3 is such a move.
You have to play, I think. Bishop.
Exactly. So we might expect that Ju Wenjun has a response prepared during
yes.
her 20-minute think previously.
Because if you play bishop c4 instead of bishop b3, I think d5 is the move. If you play bishop c4 instead.
Yes, if you play bishop c4, then d5 is definitely,
yes.
it forces you to react. Okay, so let's see. First of all, you have to consider e takes d5,
yes,
right?
Of course.
Because after this, this bishop is really, you can no longer block the bishop with the pawn, so it can be tricky. On the other hand, this bishop also kind of comes to life.
Yes. If I manage to place e4 just as we said it before, some bishop b2, it will be fine for black. But if e4 is not, if white manage to stop you play e4, maybe the bishop for white and the difference for black will cause some issue for black.
Yes, so this might, but I think that now black has a very nice square for
yes.
the knight on f4. And this might compensate. So I would consider, for instance, after knight takes d5, how do we want to? Ju Wenjun did play d5. She plays d5, but somehow, you know, if I'm looking at her expression, and for a second she looked a little bit unsure, confused, worried to me. Maybe I'm wrong. But she looks, to me, she looks a little bit worried now.
Yes.
Am I
actually, I think
right?
This is the position maybe she worried about, because it's a knight f4, e4. There are a lot of good things for black and some space advantage for black, but b3 bishop is really a beast in this position, and you will never exchange it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Even it goes to the endgame, it still makes a lot of sense. So, Ju Wenjun, maybe she is kind of worried about this bishop. and maybe just castling and rook e1 white.
Exactly. So for instance, if we just castle, you play a move like rook e8 looks normal, but
yes,
rook e8 is with such a bishop, even a move like rook e8, you think twice about it, right? Because
yes.
f7 might become problematic at some point, and you know, here it's maybe not a good move, but I'm thinking about ideas like, you know, to bring the rook along the fourth rank, like those, you know, famous Karpov
Yes.
rook along the fourth.
Actually, this is a good plan, I think.
It might be because, well, whenever we have the time to get some space on the queen side, why not? Here, though, okay. So black doesn't have e4 yet because of the hanging knight, right? So
Yes.
this is impossible. So maybe we have this time to play even a5, a move like that, and then we want to play a rook e1,
and
the knight. Maybe I would love to transfer it to a place, and let's say, just saying out of loud. So, for instance, if you play a6 at some point, then the knight on c5, if it gets there, could be very annoying for black, right?
Yes. And e takes d5
E
is
takes d5
on the board.
So we are getting quite an interesting position so far.
Yes, I think e takes d5. I really like the Lei Tingjie to play e takes d5 because for me, maybe I will go castling.
Exactly. We didn't even get to talking about castle.
Yes.
But here,
I think it's really. I think just the queen d1 is not enough.
Much more dry position. Although the bishop
Yes.
is really this one is much worse than this one, but with only one open file and the fact that we are really exchanging a lot of material.
Yes.
White doesn't really have too much going on for her here in terms of winning chances, right? You
Yes,
can
of
be
course.
better until move 95,
Yes.
but you will not win this game. So this probably dictates why White chose to take on d5, because she really wants to use this opportunity to ask some questions, right?
Yes.
This is your last White game. You want to use it to the maximum. And especially, again, I have to say, I haven't seen Ju Wenjun as worried so far in the match. Even in the game that
Yes.
she lost, I don't remember, maybe I'm misreading her expressions, but she doesn't look too calm to me, too confident.
Yes, even if the last match she played knight f3 and knight d2, I think she still feel confident to me. I think, because I remember the emotion after knight f3, knight d2, and what she said in the conference, I think is after knight d2. Okay, I know I'm not the one who needs to win, but I think after knight d2 it's still equal. Something like this.
Yeah, it was very exactly. It was very strong statement by her.
Yes, because after knight castling the position on the board, I think I will prefer white to play. But I know this position is not white better. It's just equal.
Yeah.
But I think white's plan is. First, I think white's plan is easy to find. Knight d2, knight e4, queen. Maybe I go queen to f3. This is also a good square.
Yes.
And a5 is also a good plan. If you play a6, first knight c5 is one move, and the second, if I attack on d5, maybe you will go c6 to protect the d5, and then your queen side pawn is like a6, b7.
You are talking. Let's just consider.
For example, rook e8 here.
For rook e8, for instance, if we manage to, let's say
Yes.
black has to play, I'm not sure black has to play actually a6, and this
Yes.
is an important point. But if black does play a6, then as you said, for instance, if black, let's just pretend that black goes like this, and now knight c5 is already a move that you need to consider, right? Especially after a move like queen f3. And if you need to play, as you said, c6, so those pawns are not good.
Yes, even if black managed to play g6, bishop g7 in this position, I still think black is with some troubles. And no, Alik, maybe your rook a4, rook b4.
Exactly, that's what I
yes.
wanted to say. With this kind of pawn formation, this can be constant issue for black to take care of in all kinds of rook end games or knight end games where the knight will jump suddenly to c5 and you can really do nothing about it. Or even, you know, let's pretend, even I would even say opposite color bishop end games where the bishop suddenly gets to c8 and you cannot save your pawns. So this is something like a very, very long-term thing to consider for both, for black basically to be aware of. So
actually, so maybe if I play this position, I will consider to play a5 for black now. Maybe.
Exactly, and this might make a lot of sense to play a5 because we want to block it. But maybe we're just not so much in time. So for instance, if we start
e1,
playing
I have to play rook e8.
e1, you have to play rook e8. I want you, actually, this might have been a very strong move because if you take, you just, because the knight is hanging, this might be just losing for black, but fortunately I think black has e4 yet.
Yes. So
although still not clear, because for instance a move like knight e5,
yes,
I'm threatening to take. You must take here.
And
first of all, we're getting a position we are used to where Lei sacrificed the pawn.
Yeah,
so far she was down a pawn in 7 out of the 10 games we played, guys. I did the calculation. But of course, now we are getting the pawn back, and I think that even this position, or maybe we can even prolong it a little
yes,
bit,
we
right?
can put some pressure
put
on.
a lot of pressure here as white. Because of course you cannot play c6 because of c4, where you're losing a knight.
And maybe...
And here, I think you might also run into c4.
Oh!
And queen takes e5.
Yeah.
No?
No, queen e5? I also think
was sure queen e5 is...
Queen e5
Queen
maybe?
e5, apparently queen e5,
it's
and knight e8 is not the end of the world for black.
Yes, maybe the b3 bishop still cannot attack on e8. So
how we win here?
Maybe just
queen c3.
Ah, yes, I can take the e5 rook later.
The rook is protected, so you have to move the queen, and then we just take on d8, take on e5, and this is game over, basically.
Yes.
So this might be very unpleasant if you waste the tempo here. And the guys who are joining us now, the score is level, 5 points each. This is game 11, one of the last 2 rounds in this match. In the classical games, maybe we will have a tie break. Depends on how those 2 games go. Ju Wenjun looks a little bit worried so far, and according to those lines, she has every reason to be worried, right? So you don't have a time, you don't have the leisure to play a5 here, so you probably have to prepare. And this is it the best move to do so?
And for example, rook e8, I go rook e1 because you cannot play a5 still.
As we established, yes.
Yes, and
this is a threat. This is an unpleasant threat.
Actually, if I play black, my dream position is to play c6 and a5. These 2 moves are played. If I can manage to play these moves on the board, I think I'm fine.
Yeah. So if we manage to stabilize the position, but I think here I would play, and Ju Wenjun did play c6. So your dreams seem to be very similar. She does play c6 here, and So rook e1 is a move we can make anyway with white,
yes.
right?
And I like this c6 move because now if you play rook e1, maybe I will choose queen c7, queen d6. I'm not sure I will play rook e8. Just like if I play rook e8, you play rook e1, I think c6 is also the move I need to play.
Yeah, so for this reason, c6 is probably the better move.
Yes, but now maybe queen c7 is also a move. Just like we said it before the round 8. If at that time, Alik, you said maybe we have two rooks to go to c1, d1, or maybe this rook maybe go to e1. So we just put my rook on ac1. This move is which I have to play, and other rook maybe I will choose to play to e1 or d1.
Great point. Yeah. So whenever in doubt, make the move you're most likely to make. Of course, if it makes sense in this very situation. Lei Tingjie is thinking. Rook e1, rook e8 are on the board already. And d4, it has to be said now, d4 is no longer, does not make any sense anymore because we just don't win anything with this one. So
I think if someone play d4, it's just a sign. Here, it's just a sign I overdraw.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I'm sure Lei will not play d4.
And here I would even say that now even e4 is even a bigger problem for white. Of course, again, it will not be played. a5 to me looks like an extremely natural and even inviting move, I would say.
Yes. If you don't play a5 after black played a5, maybe I will stand for black in this position now.
Yes. Somehow it feels that if black is allowed to play a5, black will have the better of it because she controls the center. She has more space, which is important. And after e5, I'm no longer feeling that you have space. And I think that rook a4, e4 is quite a good way to bring the rook into the center, into the game. Of course, given that we are not blundering the pawn on a5.
Yes, maybe we can just put the rook on a4 and wait what black to play.
Absolutely. Another thing that, how do we play with black? Because we need to make some moves.
Yes, here I think a6 is not a good move to put my pawn style like this.
I would not play c6 either.
I think if I go black, I will play g6. Then bishop g7 is my next move.
Okay, but let's say rook a4, bishop g7.
Wow.
Now, how about...
The bar jumps a lot.
The bar jumped here.
Wow.
Apparently it says a6. I don't understand the move. I will tell you that.
Yes.
Maybe you have a problem, you know? Maybe you have a problem with the e5.
Yes.
Wow. And d4 is a threat.
Yes.
So you see, this rook on e4 can become very tricky.
Yes.
So and the computer gives
this is a masterpiece, I think.
f5.
Rook e2.
Rook goes to e2.
And for example, queen c7.
And after queen c7, all of a sudden the problem of f5 is c4.
Yes, I have to play b takes c4. This is not I want.
And now after knight f4, there is c5 check. This is all computer line. It's not like I calculated so far. And now, if king goes to h8, it's apparently very bad because we move the rook with a threat, and now simply knight g5, f7 comes. This is a big trouble for black.
Yes.
So the computer goes king f8, and my first reaction, I want to play knight g5. Probably not a good move, but I want to do it. The point is that you take. I will drive your king away into a lot of adventures. Yes.
And actually, the bar says
it's not enough compensation. It's not bad for white, but the alternative rook d2 is just better because you can get basically all the same without sacrificing the exchange. So this will not be good for black.
Well, because I think g6, bishop g7 is really natural in this kind of position.
It's something that you really want to do, but you need to make sure that, and again, all the things that we've discussed, positional things, suddenly translated into this tactics, right?
Yes.
The bishop, it was really strong after you played f5, and those, I'm still not sure. a6, okay, a6, we just play a6 to be sure not to blunder this pawn on a5. So we play a6. Of course, black has to react. Black cannot take the pawn on a6, right? Because this will be just positional very badly, a bad structure positional, right? So you have to play a move like b6 or b5. B6 is pretty much the same, or maybe even worse. And now the problem is that you cannot just protect the pawn like that because of d4, very strong move, or even
queen
e2.
And after you play f6, then I play d4, maybe.
But by the way, my question: what happens here? Just.
Yes, I just I just missed this.
Because the knight is pinned, so. E5 is actually a weakness in this kind of, if white manages to bring her pieces together.
Yes, and actually I think rook a4, rook e4 is really a good plan.
I love it. I love it, and it's not new. It has to be said that many times white brings the rooks. Well, now the fourth rank is free, so we can bring. Sometimes it's along the third rank it goes, right? So this is something that can happen in chess, and you need to be aware of it because it's a very powerful tool to have in your arsenal.
But when you want to try it, just be careful because sometimes it will be a very bad plan. Sometimes.
Yeah, this is a disclaimer, of course, and so we are not will not get sued by people who try it and lose games.
Yes.
Do not try it unless you are sure. To the black's strong points. Black has a very, very strong knight in the center, right?
Yes, and black actually controls the center.
Exactly. Black controls the center. So if we manage to not lose a pawn, we should be pretty much okay, right?
Yes. Actually, if we manage to play g6, bishop g7, f5, and maybe we just if black can play g6, bishop g7, f5, these three moves, I will say black is really in.
But you know, I will have to disagree because even, let's say, okay, you know what? Let's say I play king h1.
Yes, I go bishop g7.
King g1.
f5.
f5. By the way, look at this. I just made two moves and the bar almost didn't move, which is unbelievable. So king g1, you play f5. So now I know that you remember the game. What was it? Was game?
You mean Karyajin against
It was
Aronio?
last game. No, it was last game when Ju Wenjun played f4, right? And the last game when she played f4, and then in the end game, even being a pawn up, black had always a sufficient compensation because you weakened your king. Now, after a move like f5, of course, you're controlling the center. I cannot say anything about it. But this is, again, a weakness, especially with me having the light square bishop. I will always have some play along this diagonal. The knight can, of course, always jump. This is the knight can be moved away, right? I can push you with a move like c4. So I'm not entirely sure that this is all roses, even this for black. And of course, we just wasted two tempi, right?
This
so,
is.
And Lei Tingjie played queen d2, so she doesn't play a5. should we run and
Yes, I
use
will
this
go-
opportunity?
Actually, I will go a5 without hesitation here, I think.
But maybe the problem is that
Yes.
are we in time to defend?
Yeah, because rook e2, rook ae1 is also it's almost the same idea like rook a4, rook ae4.
Exactly, but we now basically have an extra tempo, and the queen is on d2 instead of d1. And for instance, g6 now is like very, very bad because
Yes.
we just you have you can do nothing about this move.
Yes, for example, if you play queen d6, I think d4 is just a winning.
Exactly, just because the rook is hanging. Very, very bad news. So after queen d2, again, if you see a move like knight f4, nothing to be worried about because the rook can just go up the board, and the knight is really misplaced. Here, the knight is much better placed
Yes.
on d5. So
I will not say I play knight g6 after rook e4. This knight and bishop are just too ugly.
you really don't want to place them on such passive positions.
Yes.
And again, now this bishop is not blocked. It really gains in strength. And when we play a move like g3, h4, this will be very, very annoying for black. So queen d2 has a concrete idea of, for instance, if we play a5, which
Yes.
we want to play. So the idea is that after rook e2, or even
Okay,
rook
yeah,
e4, I'm not sure.
Maybe I just play, if I play queen c7, I
Okay,
just
you play
want
queen
to
c7. I play rook
rook
e1.
e1,
I'm
I think
threatening d4, right?
Yes, and I will play rook e7. That's what
Rook
I
e7.
want in my mind.
And now, first of all,
Okay.
I need to understand whether this is really any good for me or not.
I think I will take. Actually,
will
I'm
take.
not calculate about this line. I just
It feels not too bad for black, I have to say.
yes, because if you cannot play d4 now, I will go rook ae8, and I think it's totally fine after rook ae8.
And
Maybe
can
late?
I maybe get...
Yes, I will take. And I
what
take.
is this? Do I hope for anything here with white? Because you are having this...
But actually,
But I'm not sure I have enough here, yeah? I
yes.
probably don't have
For-
anything, basically.
Yes, first, I'm for me, this position, I will not be too much afraid with black pieces. And just as we saw it before, Lei just last game, I think, Lei played this kind of pawn structure, and she managed to equalize the position very early. And even she is the one who better in sometimes in the opening. So I
Yes,
think
but
this is
here you have to say that this is an endgame stage. You don't have so much pressure with black here, and this is a weakness, right? But of course, we would love to have this the bishop to be light squared and not dark squared, because as a dark square bishop, black will have probably sufficient compensation.
yes.
But maybe we will still see this happening because Ju Wenjun played rook e7 last
Wow.
move.
So
And basically she is getting prepared to meet rook e4 or rook e2 in
Queen
the same way
c7.
with queen c7. But again, I really want to play a
Yes.
move like a5.
Actually, they are maybe a5 for them is not a very important move for them, I think. But for me, I think if I play black, I will go for a5. If I go white, I will also go a5.
Yeah, so we are kind of fixed on this move. But actually, I have seen many games by Magnus Carlsen, and he loves to get, even though the computer might say, like, you know, this is the same 0, 0, 0 with a5, without a5, and
Yes.
0, 0, 0. But as we have said on numerous occasions already, you want to those little thingies, they eventually add up, right? To a tiny plus which doesn't move the needle, another one that doesn't move the needle, but eventually it will. So
So I think maybe this is according to someone's middle game knowledge, because just as you said, if I play a5, maybe it's 0-0-0. If I don't play a5, it's still 0-0-0. So which position I love to play is
If the one with a5, right?
yes.
Of course, later on when you are getting into some endgame and the bishop starts attacking it, and
Yes.
you're sitting there and asking yourself, why did I play this a5 move?
Yeah, yes.
It can also happen sometimes. It can backfire. But as you guys are noticing in the chat, the knight on d5 is extremely strong. This is very true. But and this is basically this knight, this beautiful knight on d5 is what holds black's position together.
Yes.
Because without this knight, black would really be in big trouble, because this bishop is quite weak.
And look at the white's bishop. It's
Exactly.
really
So
strong.
the white bishop really wins this battle of bishops easily, right? And the rooks are more active because white has a lot of play on its semi-open file, whereas black really has nothing going on the d file. So all of those other factors are working in white's favor, but this knight really on d5 is kind of the equalizing factor here. Right?
Yes.
But I think after a5 I prefer white here.
Yes, actually.
So because I have so many more useful moves to make.
And I think Lei plays a move, but rook
She played here.
e4.
Okay, rook e4 is still a threat. So
But rook e4 is there's a tiny difference from rook e4 and rook e2. Maybe I will go rook e1 and I have rook queen e2 after the
okay.
attack.
So for instance, if we go like that, right? You go queen c7.
But
So we
seems
have
like,
a move like queen e2. even.
but still, I think rook e8 is holdable for black.
Actually, I like a move like h4 here.
h4, but okay, I think I will go rook e8.
Okay, then I can throw in some h5 maybe.
Yes.
Nothing concrete. Well, actually, h5 is a bit double-edged, right? Because it can become a weakness.
Yes,
But if I manage to play h6, I will be happy.
yes, for maybe here black has a knight f4, but if black don't play knight f4, then after g3, I think white
So,
is.
for instance, if you play h6, g3, yes.
Yes, and after king g2, I can just
g2,
improve.
the knight, oftentimes the
Yes.
knight will come to g4, and slowly, very slowly, but you start getting those
Pressure.
issues
Yes.
quite unpleasant. But maybe you need to play h5 yourself.
Yes, but h4, h5 is a move which I think better for white. This move
I also
after
think
this
that they
move.
benefit white because first of all, when we play a move like g3, we limit the black knight. But when you play g6, my knight is really will have a very nice place on g5, right?
And if we said after bishop, I just don't move any pieces. And after bishop g7, well, you play f5 now. I think f5 is
f5
never
is off the table, and actually, white might consider, given proper preparation. I wanted to say g4, but probably g4 is also not so much on the table because it will allow the knight to jump to f4 too much.
Yes, but anyway, I stop you play f5.
Yeah. So rook e1 is on the table. Queen d6. Ju Wenjun prefers the queen on d6 than on c7. It makes a lot of sense because
Yes.
For many ideas after d4 or taken on d5, you will have two options to take back on d5,
Yes.
which is also always very, very advisable.
And after, if you play a5, you must put your queen on c7. But if you don't play a5, I mean for black, if you don't play a5, queen on d6 is
Yes.
much stronger.
But
and
actually now, rook a1, rook a7, I think now we are at the stage where you really developed all your pieces to the best positions. So I would really, really love to play some moves with the pawns.
Yes.
And actually now I don't have to play a5 so fast because black can no longer play a5 herself, right? So I
Yes.
have time to play either h4 or g3.
Yes, I think maybe G3 or H4 is it makes maybe it's the same because these moves black both of the moves are easy to play for white, and black cannot stop you to play.
Absolutely.
So G3 and for example, seems like white has some moves to play next, but black seems
Black is more problematic, exactly.
Yes.
But again, as you said, g6 is a move, right?
yes, maybe bishop G7.
Bishop g7 is a move. And I'm looking now at the computer, and the computer says queen a5 is a move for
Wow.
white, which I kind of have to admit I fail to see the point of. For instance, if we play b6, so the computer somehow
Wow.
finds its way to a6 with the queen.
it's a kind of some moves.
Hard, very hard for me to understand the point.
Yes.
Because you're not even you don't even want to play a5 because then b5 just captures the point.
Yes.
So I'm not really entirely sure what the point is of all this. But g3 and h4 are perfectly valid moves to make, I think, because.
And black, if black plays g6, bishop g7, and f5, you need to be careful. After f5, white has some c4, and I just show it. After g6, for example, white play h4. If you play bishop g7, let's say if I just compact my rook, and if you play f5, I have some c4, then c5.
Yeah.
This is a threat. You need to be careful about it.
So maybe one of the useful moves for black can be just to move the king away to h8, right? Because it's something that we can see often getting in the way. Okay, so Lei Tingjie is taking her time to think of a plan. Both players have equal time, 55 minutes to move 40. And it's a good spot for us to remember what happened in their last game, in game 10. Let's show a short recap. We'll be back right after that, guys. Hello and welcome to the recap of Game 10 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. In today's game, Ju Wenjun played white and decided to follow the same opening that gave her the equalizing win in round 8. But Lei Tingjie changed her ways on the very first move, playing knight f6, which sent the world champion into a little bit of thought after in the very beginning. And after the following moves, we arrived into a very well-known position where black has an isolated pawn on d5, which gives her some initiative in the opening. In the middle game, sorry, but white will have the edge in the end game if the pieces are exchanged, because this pawn will be a weakness. Bishop b4 is an important move. It forces white's bishop to c3, an unfortunate place for the bishop. It takes the space of the knight, and it will. And the bishop itself is very poorly placed on c3. It will need to waste some time to come back to b2. After bishop d6, knight d2, castle, rook e8. we have a typical isolated pawn position, and here the world champion played knight to f3, an inaccuracy because it allows black to play knight e4 with a very strong positional threat of queen f6, transferring the queen to h6, after which black will have a very nice positional pressure on white's king. But the world champion admitted her mistake and immediately played knight d2 after a long think. This is a very, according to the engine, this is actually the best move in the position, targeting black knight on e4, not allowing black to develop any counterplay on the king side. After knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, rook e6 is a very interesting move. Is that the threat of black is to sacrifice on h2, and if white is not careful, this would be a disaster for white. But of course the world champion does not allow that, and she played f4. f4 is a move that can be double-edged. It solves all the problems, all the immediate problems of protecting the king, but in the end game there will white will no more enjoy any advantage, because f4 weakens the second rank, weakens the king, and weakens the e3 pawn, and we will soon see how this exactly happens in this game. Bishop c5 forces massive exchanges in the center of minor pieces and pretty much liquidating the game into an equal end game. Here again we see that Lei Tingjie, as she has done almost in all the previous games of the match, she sacrifices a pawn for initiative. This time the initiative is enough only for equality, but it is more than enough. So basically, as a compensation for the sacrificed pawn, black's main thing that goes well for black here is the second rank and the d file, which are controlled by the strong rooks. Of course, c4 pawn is also hanging, and white simply does not have enough time to deal with all those threats. So after rook e1, an important nuance, queen e8 is a threat of mate, so black needs to play h6, an important move, and after rook c1, rook d8, h3, rook d2, white played rook e2, the rooks are exchanged, white can no longer play rook e1, because this is, after rook d2, it's just game over, white cannot defend from a checkmate. And after the rooks are exchanged, black wins back the pawn she was missing, and this game really liquidates very fast into a draw. The players still went through the motions, but after those moves, the game is really, there is nothing to play for, and therefore the game was resumed as a draw after threefold repetition. So we have 2 games left. The tension is high, the score is level. All will be decided in the next two games, so stay tuned.
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard. determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
And we are back to live action, game number 11 at the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. The score is level, everything will be decided in the last two games. Today the challenger is white, she is trying to squeeze the maximum she can. It's not going to be easy, it's never easy against the world champion. Ju Wenjun is she played very solid opening,
Yes.
and we have a position so far that the computer says 0-0-0. The computer is always saying 0-0-0. How do you assess the outcome of the opening so far?
I think today Ju Wenjun played well in opening, and I think Lei Tingjie played some bishop g5. Seems like she is out of her opening preparation, but she is really understandable in this kind of positions. She knows what's her plan, and she knows how to create the advantage, how to create the pressure to her opponent. And I think Ju Wenjun played solid. This is different from last few games. She tries to play some Caro-Kann Sicilian moves, and she plays
no more games.
Yes, no more games.
Do you think both players are happy with the opening opening outcome?
I think Ju Wenjun will be. I'm sure Ju Wenjun will be happy for after opening, but I'm not sure Lei Tingjie is really happy after the openings. But these games, I think almost all the games, only the game Ju Wenjun wins in Chongqing. All the games, black is fine after openings.
This is true, and actually, I will take the other side here, and I would say that. This is maybe the kind of position Lei wanted to get, because it's almost risk-free. You're not really risking much, and you have this very slight pressure. Which is maybe perfect for her for current match situation, because, as we said, you will not be able to recover from a loss with white. And if you can win, of course, it's very nice. But if not, you would love to. It's not the end of the world, right? You feel that tomorrow you can hold, or you hope you can hold.
Yes.
So basically, you want to get those chances with minimal risks today. So
as Alik, you said, white has really not too much risk. If the position goes wrong with white, I just go for d4.
D4, exactly. And for this reason, I can really exert some pressure on black's camp, especially that, as you said, black, it's not so easy to make the next move for black, let's say, right?
Yes. Because
I would even say, as you said, right, g6 is a move that really will prevent you from playing f5 in the future, most likely.
I think after h5 played by Ju Wenjun, f5 is
It's
never
already
move.
never happening. So you can just as well go G6 already, right? So,
Yes. But in some blitz and bullet games, I will just play G6, Bishop G7, and then I try to find what's the plan for me. Because I think Bishop on F6 is really horrible. I cannot move the bishop. But put it on G7, I will feel more comfortable myself.
Okay, but okay, let's say G6. How do we go on in this position?
Yes.
Do we play King G2, or because King G2 is often the normal move to make because you want to keep the knight protected, right?
Yes.
On the other hand, I kind of don't want to stand in a check of a knight for various reasons. And what do we do with the king side, with the queen side? So I still want to play a6, a5. I have
yes.
to tell you. So,
but a5 stop the queen a5. But
yeah, but I don't see any point of queen a5.
Yes.
Sorry, Stockfish. Sorry, engines. I admit it. I don't see the reason. Probably there is. I mean, because if you have to choose between my take on the position and the machines, you take the machines. But I don't really see the point of it. G6 has been played by Ju Wenjun,
yes,
as expected. So
here I think maybe white can try some move like queen e2, knight d2, and knight c4 if she wants to.
oh, this is okay. So this is one way to improve our position, right?
Yes.
Is to bring to start improving the one piece that we can still improve, because others are somewhat
Yes.
maxed out in terms of improvement, right?
I think both players almost put their pieces in the best place.
Exactly. Another thing I want to consider. So, do we need to play c3? I'm not sure. Let's see. Lei played a move. What is the move that she played? Queen e2,
wow,
just like you suggested. Okay, so she said, "Fine, I have all this structure fixed. Now it's time to bring in the knight." Why not?
Yes. So what should black do? But actually, if even if you put your knight on c4 after queen c7, I think black is still fine. Maybe.
Actually, the point of not playing a5, now I'm thinking of it. So with the pawn on a4, b5 is not such a move that you love to make, because
yes,
it really weakens this d5 square, and the knight might be driven away. But if we play a5,
yes,
then black, I'm not sure if black wants to play b5, but I think that b5 is not a bad move for black to have in the game, because
yes,
first of all, it stops the knight from getting to c4, and it also kind of gets some space. So maybe this is the reason why Lei Tingjie didn't play a5, because now b5, ab, I think it's not so bad for black.
yes. It's quite comfortable to exchange the a pawn for black.
So maybe this is the deeper explanation of why a5 hasn't been played so far.
Yes. And now I want to say, if black play, I'm not sure I calculated right or not, but if black play bishop g7 now, maybe white can play d4. This is a trap, maybe.
Bishop g7, d4.
Yes, I see the bar. I
And
walks.
the point is that a bishop takes d5, right? Is an important move, and now if you take in between, there is bishop takes e4. Oh, and actually, another important point is that f5 doesn't win back the bishop. Although even if it did, even if white had, for instance, to play A move
Indeed.
like queen d3, it is still a positionally a very, very bad position for black. But here black doesn't even get that because queen c4 check, the king moves, and we just go back.
Yes.
Extra bishop, bam, we won the match almost. So this
Actually-
is a trap.
Yes,
This is-
actually, instead of queen c4, I even can play bishop d5.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. This is even stronger because we just win the rook altogether, and this is even better for white. Of course, not gonna happen.
Yes.
Don't even hope for it. Well, you can hope, but it's not gonna happen because Ju Wenjun will not blunder d4. I think she will go c5, I think, is on the board. Is
Well,
it?
she played the c.
Oh, she
sorry.
played this. Sorry, I saw it go in that direction. C5 would surprise me. I
Yes.
have to say.
c5 is really
A6
surprising.
not so much surprising me. So she played A6 in this position, saying that she wants to play A5, B5, right?
Yes.
It kind of looks.
Yes.
It looks as if black says, I want to play c5, and another thing that black basically says here, I want you to play a5.
Why not? But
I don't see, I think I would gladly do so, but
Yes.
neither, the computer also doesn't suggest a5 here for
Oh.
some reason. So perhaps they are, you know, the people that understand, the people and the machines that understand this game, they prefer not to have, they think this is a weakening move maybe by white, although I really like to have this
Actually, I think after a5,
pace.
maybe I will go. What's my plan? If you play queen c7, I'd
C7.
like to play. Even I want to play rook a4 actually, but I'm not sure rook
No.
a4. You have e4.
If we have learned something from Lei Tingjie in this match, she is not going to defend this pawn. She is going to sacrifice it.
Yes.
So, have you not been watching this match? Come on, how can you offer a move like rook a4?
Yes.
So,
I forgot about this.
of course, she will not defend the pawn. I don't know how she will sacrifice it, but rest assured she will. Of course, maybe the reason she will not play it altogether a5, but then b5
Yes.
might be a good move, right?
I think after, because after when I say that a5 rook a4, my plan is to put my knight to d2 and maybe e4 c5 or maybe c4 b6. This is what the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, but now you can play b5. I want to play
Is this a move?
c4.
Well, using the fact that this is probably to my benefit, right? Because this suddenly can be very
Yes.
tricky. Now the rooks can suddenly jump over here. The
Yes.
knight goes to e4, which is a very nice spot. It has a nice spot on c5, on g5 later on if the bishop moves. So this might be tricky, and the bishop can all of a sudden, all white pieces suddenly can move to the queen side.
Yes.
So, but maybe you just ignore me, yes?
I think I have to ignore. For example, knight c7. I like this square because knight e6, knight c5. I think this is a good plan, and also knight d4 is also.
Yeah. So you see, the knight on d5 is not the only square for this knight.
Yes, but it's only because you play the c4, and I can move my knight to d4. If you don't play c4, I think even if I played knight to e6, just to play c3 is not too much for black.
And actually, after this, it's very hard for white also to find improving moves, right?
Yes. Actually,
Maybe we do want to move to place the knight on e4 after all.
yes. Queen f3, just move any
You're shuffling. This is what they call shuffling in chess. You don't have anything concrete, but you try to find the spots, and to try to get your opponent to misplay something.
Yes. Actually, if white played knight e4, it's very interesting because 3 moves ago, white just I don't know how to say it. Just move the 3 pieces to the to their squares.
As you remember, this is what white did 3 moves ago.
Yes, it's the
tripling along the e file, but now maybe it's time to move on, as they say, and
just to change their places.
Changing direction, maybe not for the last time in this game, right? So you can, and maybe you can even keep it. I
yes,
like not taking, because I like to have my options open. I like to be able to maybe place a5 sometimes. Maybe if the knight gets to c5, a6
yes,
might be a weakness, right? Why exchange it too soon? Because black really doesn't ever, I think, want to take on a4.
And it's really natural to see in Rouleau-Pit.
Right.
Always
so
white
you keep this pressure because whenever you have the initiative, it is good for you to keep it, right?
Yes.
So maybe queen f3 is a knight d2, queen f3. I start liking this, and if, for instance, if you go back, I can always go back to c2.
Rook e2, yes.
Rook e2, sorry. And now I want to place my knight on e4, and then what you do? Because let's, for instance, if you do nothing, then I think I have quite a concrete idea of knight e4. You go back.
Yes, maybe I put.
I think I can even consider. I'm not sure it's such a great achievement, but maybe I can start pushing. This is not enough, yes? I will just, or first maybe now it's time to make sure I'm not blundering a pawn. But maybe I don't have to exchange, right? The knight is not so great here.
Bishop.
Sorry, the bishop on g7, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe
I don't like my idea myself.
yes, so maybe do not change the knight on d5, maybe.
Yeah, we keep the pressure, right?
Yes,
so,
knight g5, knight c5.
We have knight g5, we have knight c5, exactly. Well, first of all, after knight c5, where do you go, right? So you need to consider somehow defending even from c8, maybe.
Yes, or maybe, but you still
d5,
yes, d5 is hanging.
Might be hanging. So there are issues. Although the computer says like everything is fine, and it's not. And here actually the computer is saying that white can get a big advantage. I'm not sure how it goes about. Oh, by the way, I have to show, this is, of course,
yes.
This is, of course, losing. Well, after my stupid move, king h7, of course, but still, it's losing.
Yes, but if you don't play king h7, I can play knight c5. I mean, for example, you play king h8, after knight e4, queen d7, a takes b5, c takes b5, I have knight. If you take with c pawn, I still have knight c5. It's
right.
Yes.
So it's still winning. So you have to take care about this one.
Yes.
And if, of course, the normal move anyway is to take here, the machine. Although with the king on h8, it apparently it's not even closely as strong as after king h7. But actually here there are ways where you could basically take, and now knight f6 is very strong because we take on f6 with a check and we win the pawn. So there are many nuances here, right? So no good squares for the king.
Yes, you should be careful to move your king. If you don't move, I always have a ping on b3 to g8 diagonal, and you play to h7. I have some knight g5. You
exactly. So not so easy.
Yes.
But Lei Tingjie made the
A5.
I have to say, to me, this move is really very natural.
Yes, we want
As
to play
we
this
wanted to play it like
six
six moves ago.
Yes.
Yes. So we will see how that goes, because, well, at least, at the very least, we cannot criticize this move if it turns out to be bad, because it was also our idea. But it looks very natural, of course, and the
Yes.
rook gets another square to move. We prevent black from getting space on the king side, on the queen side, which is important. All those exchanges later on might be good for white for this
Yes.
reason, because we will have a square on b4 for the rook. So I really, as a long-term investment, I really love this a5 move.
Yes. I think so. Actually, I think maybe a6. I don't like this a6 move. This is only to me, but the bar and the engine said a6 is a good move, and I think the current world champion Ju Wenjun, she has her ideas after a6.
Yeah.
But for me, if I want to play b5, I will go b6, a6, and b5.
Exactly. I also I kind of think that a6 is a small concession. Although the computer, as you said, it's not impressed in any way. It's still 0-0-0. But you remember when I played king h1, king g1, it was still 0-0-0. So the computer really says, okay, I can hold it either way with either color. I don't really care. But we, as humans, as we said, we tend to look at this a little bit differently. And to my eyes, this is a concession by black to allow a5. Because because later on down the game, maybe it will not turn out to be anything serious, but it gives white some choices, some additional options, right?
Actually, I like my idea. If you play queen c7, we just make the joke that Lei Tingjie will sacrifice the a5, but I think rook a4 is a good move. After
queen c7?
Yes, because what my plan is to play knight d2, and I have knight e4 and knight c4. This is a new square for our knight.
On c4, yes, because black didn't play b5, and maybe it's time to explain why b5 is no longer important, possible even.
Yes.
Because once we take, once we take on once you play b5 and we take on b6, so these two pawns will forever be weak, and they can be targeted in so many ways by white pieces. So you're really weakening so many squares on the queen side.
Yes.
That it is, and you see the computer evaluation just jumps to a whole pawn up for white, although the material is equal. Just giving you the understanding of how badly positionally this move is. A queen d7 played by the world champion, of course, she's never going to play b5 unless something very concrete comes up.
Yes.
But this is interesting that she's not even playing queen c7, right? So she's not even targeting the pawn on a5.
I think
What's her plan?
This is why she is world champion. I cannot understand. I need to figure out what's her plan.
You know, I have a crazy idea in my head.
Yes.
Is she
Please
planning, because we played a5, is she planning to move her knight to b5 via c7? Or maybe d6, f5 later?
Whoa.
Is this even something that crosses your mind?
Alik, you are a genius, I think. Knight b5, knight d6, I like this idea.
And then maybe e4, yes?
Yes.
To just power through. Wow, this is not obvious at all. If this is the plan of the world champion, this is a very deep plan, because then everything comes really together. And this a6 move pretty much asking you, come on, please play a5.
A5 and
Now I play
Queen D7. Why I don't
but
play
why not knight c7 immediately?
Um,
If that's the plan. What was wrong with knight c? Maybe she prepares the
Yes,
the
I
square for
think-
and keeping, it's like in an army, right? You want to keep your plans as disguised as possible for as long as possible.
Yes.
So maybe.
and we all know the knight on D5 is good, so I just keep it to play my queen first.
Right, and I didn't commit to anything yet, right? I can go there. I can, if it doesn't
Yes.
work out, I cannot go there.
If it doesn't work, I can play Queen D6 back. Maybe it's also a plan. But I really like Queen D7, Knight C7, Knight B5, Knight D6. What a find!
This will be very, very interesting if that's the plan. You can just see how far positionally, how far she thinks ahead.
Yes. This is I think this is a really good explanation why she played the Queen D7. Because if you play
Otherwise
Queen
it's-
C7, it's not.
Otherwise, it's really hard for me to understand what would be the reason for that. I want to, though, with the queen on c7, on d7, I kind of want to exert some pressure on the e5 square. So if I
Yes.
could castle my queen and the rook, it would be fantastic.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's impossible, and I'm not sure I have the time to do it right. Or maybe I do, I don't know.
I
So
think.
the point is that now I want to take on e5, something
Yes.
that I couldn't do before. Maybe it's we can show why it's impossible here, because here we just don't have the right pieces. We have the pieces, we don't have them in the right order,
Yes.
right? And now we would have to take with the queen, which is something we really don't want to do. But my other plan, I think we don't want to see it anymore, because Lei Tingjie played knight d2 already.
Yes, because now if you play Knight C7, I can transfer my knight to B6. It's also a good square, but
Yes, the knight can go to b6, exactly. And even more importantly, the computer says,
yes, Queen F3.
are you ready
also?
for it? Guys, get ready. Queen f3, bishop g7,
Yes.
and g4.
Wow.
The computer says, now white has an advantage because we are, not because g4 is generally such a good move, but because in this concrete variation, we are tactically in time. So we are threatening to take. If you take, for instance, on g4,
Rook
I
takes.
suppose rook takes g4 is the plan. Again, tactically attacking on g6. If the knight goes back, I think it's the best move.
Yes,
Not-
and I think too much things will happen
And
on
now
king side.
h5,
Yes.
breaking through. If you take, rook simply goes to g5, freeing space for the rook. The knight
Right.
will join the attack very soon from e4. It can jump to f6 or
And-
any other place.
And the E1 rook, you can go king G2, rook
King
H1.
G2,
Yes.
H1. Although we need to take to be
Yes.
careful with the knight jump, but this is something that white will really be happy to play. So the world champion says, "Okay, I know where you're going. You're going to E4. Once you get there, this guy will feel very uncomfortable.
Yes, so
I'm getting ready for it in advance." This is how grandmasters think, right?
Yes.
They are proactive, not reactive, or even if they're reactive as here, they're proactively reactive, if this makes any sense. Bishop g7. How do we go about here? Do we play queen f3 here? But queen f3 might actually be, I wanted to say bishop h6, but bishop h6 is not a move here, right?
yes. And actually, I think queen f3 is a good move to me because
It makes sense, right?
yes. If I play black, I really don't want to play f5, but maybe it's not a bad move. I'm not sure here.
I want to ask you. So the computer here, I just glanced, the computer gives actually a minus 0.15, which is basically an equality, but it's actually funny to me that the computer thinks that black is better. Yeah,
yes.
it's nominally better, but still. To me, I think white... Okay, what do you think before I say?
I think first I want to say this position I think it's counterplay, maybe just equal.
But if
yes,
you're given a choice, who do you take here?
It's a hard question. I think I think maybe I will go black.
Yes, because to me it looks like white has an easier game, but this is you see this is a question of preference really, because the queen f3 is
yes,
on the board.
And Alik, you know, I'm really wondered this position will black play f5 or not, because for me f5 is a move. If I play white, I want you to play f5.
Right.
This is
Absolutely.
Because after f5 maybe I just go rook e2, rook 4 e2, and some in the future maybe I can transfer my knight to f3 and g5. And actually I think black has nothing to improve in the king side. You cannot play e4 or f4.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree.
Yes.
It looks very, very committal, this move, and the white will have a lot.
Yes, but I think if black don't play f5, I'm really worried about this g4.
This is true. This
actually,
is true. And for this reason, I would prefer white.
Ah, yes.
Because f5 is really a move that I'm not happy to make with black, really.
Yes. But actually, I see the engine. After f5, it says black is
yeah,
better.
But the engine can say many things. But as a human, I'm saying, okay, when I'm considering, you know, and I've had more than my fair share of f5 moves played by myself when I played, and I learned the hard way that those moves really have a tendency to backfire badly eventually.
Yes.
Because all those tactics that will come up afterwards, you start getting all kinds of trouble along the 7th ranks. And as I say, that the world champion plays it without hesitation. She plays f5 almost immediately.
Yes.
And after a rook e2,
it's also immediately respond by Lei Tingjie.
And this is very interesting to see. And thus, King h8 also played immediately by the world champion. So she knows this. She has decided on this kind of setup. Very interesting, and we might actually see some because this kind of setup promises her a lot of potential tactics.
Yes.
Going forward.
I think Ju Wenjun, the current woman world champion, she shows a lot of different middle game knowledge to us. I think first she played a6. This is what I have to say. This position, if I play white, is one of the dream position I can reach. But the computer said it's better for even a little bit better for black. First. In the queen side, on the queen side, I have pawn a5, and you play the pawn style, which we think it's better, really better for white. And look at the king side. You play the e5, f5, g6, and h5. If the pawn is on h7, I will.
This is yes. Then we're happy with black, and I would even say yes. But with as you said, after h5, we both said you don't want to play f5.
Yes.
Right? And surprise, surprise, you do.
Yes, and look at Ju Wenjun. She did play the f5, and she did play a6 on the queen side. But the engine said she is right. This is why.
This is wild. This
Yes.
is really wild. But you know, if I play here with a white, I'm happy to see it.
Yes.
Because it gives me a lot of chances, and also I think that, okay, what are the dangers really here? So
Yeah.
whenever the game will open, I feel that I will always have, even if things go south, I will still have a sufficient counterplay against the weakened king, right?
Yes.
And if things go right for me, it can just, you know, blow up the whole position, and then it will be fantastic. So, guys, game number 11. The winner, the score is tied, but we are getting a very, very interesting developments in this game so
Yes.
far. After the world champion chose to play f5, the game becomes really a much more double-edged. And it has to be said that all the games, although we have seen in the 10 games so far, we have seen 8 draws. All of them were interesting, hard-fought
Yes.
draws in 7 out of 10 games. Guys, 7 out of 10 games, Lei Tingjie sacrificed the pawn for initiative. So it was really nothing even remotely close to boring draws or
Yes.
of any kind. But it all is in the past. We have only 2 games left in the regular time control, and today can become very, very interesting, because we have opposite colored bishops. It always, in the middle game, it promises some very interesting disbalances in attack defense. Black has weakened her king side. It has to be said that in return, what black gets is a very, very strong control in the center, with thanks to the knight and those 2 pawns.
Yes, and she really got a big space advantage.
Exactly, big space advantage. Just imagine if the white pawn was on a4 and black was on a5, the advantage would be even bigger.
Yes.
And so this goes really goes in black's favor, and I think this is the main reason why the computer says it's good for black, or even slightly better, because I think. Okay, but let's try to make some moves. So we want to transfer the knight to g5.
Yes,
right?
actually I find some reason for black. Maybe she can play bishop f6 or h6, then king g7. This is quite a good plan, maybe.
Preventing anything
Yeah.
connected to knight g5, right?
Yes, I think maybe bishop f6, king g7 is the next 2 moves Ju Wenjun wants to make.
Now this is interesting. So for instance, if we play a move, and Lei Tingjie did play a move, I'm quite curious to see what she played. She played c3.
c3, yes,
So it's
c3 is a move, yes.
It's a move. It's a move I actually also wanted to suggest. Because sometimes when black is so strong here, we sometimes might want to transfer the bishop to another diagonal. Maybe not immediately, maybe not now, but there are cases where we might want to do this. Or we might want to somehow have the option
Like a knight b3, knight c5. Maybe
to move, exactly, to transfer the knight to the likes of c5 and stuff. Do we want to take in some occasions, or are we never taken on d5?
I think bishop d5 is not a good move. If after let's say if after bishop d5 you can just take the bishop out of the board, I think it's good.
So basically my idea would be my dream idea, let's say, right? So if I manage to get something like this,
Yes.
play d4, stabilize, fix the center, then I think I'm more than fine, because this guy goes here. Of course, I would love you to have the white square bishop,
Yes.
but I cannot have it all. So here I think, or the knight can go to c5, and I think the knight here in this closed type of position is better than the bishop, although, as you said, black has a big spatial advantage, so it might be, it might become also quite tricky, right?
But I think maybe here we can play f4. This is very important.
Yes, if we are able to play f4, this is extremely, I absolutely agree.
And the space advantage is just disappeared.
Exactly, it disappeared in one move, then the king can go to e3, the knight can go to e3, d5 will be constantly needing some protection.
And this is just a one-side game, I think.
Yeah, probably will end in a draw, as long, at least the computer thinks so. But, so, this is something, a positional threat that we should take care about. Right?
Yes, yes, especially for black.
Of course, it's not easy to execute with white because here black doesn't take with the queen.
Yes,
she will take, and now first of all d4 can just be taken probably, or even if it's not taken, then we can probably break through with e4, e3, and f4, and so. As you can see,
totally different to have a queen on the board in this kind of positions. So
but c3 is an overall a good move, and also if the knight somewhere sometimes goes to e6.
I think if you play the knight to e6, I can consider to take on e6.
Exactly. So basically, what we are saying is that we would be happy to exchange those, just not bring the pawn to d5, right? If we could sum up. Okay, this is interesting things going on. The computer says that black is slightly better here.
Yes, but how? Here I think if you go bishop f6,
transfers the knight to g4. Actually.
Yes, knight f6 is a move, because, but I want to show tactics first. If you go bishop f6, I'm not sure knight e4 is a move or not here.
I was considering it actually, yes. The point is that if you take, then white seems to be fine, although there is this move.
Yes, but I think still fine. I just take, and what you take now?
I don't know. I wanted, my first reaction would be to take, but then probably f5 is somehow. And because we are controlling this very important g8 square, if we start playing the doubling game on the g file, white will win. So this is not good, but maybe we can take here.
And after queen f4? Wow, this is
crazy.
Wow,
line.
It's really crazy. It's almost a checkmate.
You go here, and black has the only move, but sufficient because now it's black's turn to give checks.
Yes, and queen g6 is not a good move.
Queen g6 is a bit problematic. So it can really explode into some very nice tactics if black plays. It has to be said that after, even if black blunders this, she can just go back to g7 and no harm, no foul.
Yes. If you go knight g5, maybe bishop
f6.
Bishop
f6, and as we have seen so many times before, this it has to be said that a draw is still the most likely outcome of this game. Queen, I think the queen went where? To d8 maybe? And if it's a yes, I like this move actually.
Yes.
I like this move a lot because it is eyeing both pawns, because h4 pawn can be important in some variations. It's not that we want to play f4 because positional f4 is such a committing move, right?
Yes.
You will want to double and triple check before you ever make a move like f4. But in any case, it asks the question of how do you defend the pawn on a5?
Or maybe Lei Tingjie said I sacrificed it.
As we have said, Lei Tingjie will probably.
But seems it for me, knight c4 is a really natural move.
It should come immediately, and I think it has already been played.
And I think maybe knight c4, Ju Wenjun will go queen c7. Sorry, she played king
h7, also
yes.
quite
fast. Yes.
And it has to be said, actually, that both players are not entirely, don't have too much time at their disposal. They have, Ju Wenjun has 37 minutes left for 14 moves.
Yes.
Lei Tingjie has 31 minutes.
And actually,
they both are playing quite fast.
Yes. Actually, I think Ju Wenjun is the one who played really fast today.
Yes, really, they both are playing very fast.
She is the one, I think, from the start till now, she is leading on time. It's very difficult to see this.
This is really interesting how it goes so far. And guys, before we have some time before the time control, I think now it's time that Ju Wenjun will finally take some time to think. And for us, it's a nice opportunity to see an interesting item. During the free day, we went to a local school. It was a lot of fun. Let's see what happened there.
Welcome everyone. Today is a free day during the FIDE Women's World Championship match, and we were invited to the Tingjie school here in Chongqing, in which chess tradition is really strong because they teach chess already for more than 10 years. We were also invited for some amazing activities, and we participated in the tea ritual as well as some lessons of calligraphy. So we were taught how to write the Chinese symbols, and Dana Ozala delivered a very inspirational, motivational speech to the students. So it was a day filled with amazing activities, and Chongqing is really beautiful.
Creative kids, wonderful teachers. We enjoyed the activity in the school. Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我 职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Welcome back to Chongqing, China. This is game number 11 in FIDE Women's World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. This score is level, 5 games each. All will be decided in those last 2 games. Today we have a tense equalish position, a lot of maneuvering, a lot of plans, but still the balance is there. It is the challenger's last chance with white to win in regulation. Tomorrow, Ju Wenjun will have her white chance to decide the match in her favor. Maybe we'll see how it goes today. Maybe to equalize, and everything is going to be decided in those 2 games.
It's really interesting and amazing to see the game really close to the end. We need to be, we just looking forward to it.
Absolutely, every move can be a move that decides the whole match. Right?
Yes.
If you blunder, you miscalculate something, you find a great idea. This will be the decisive move. There is really no time to recover, to regroup after that. But before we go back to the game, this free day was very, very fun. So many activities. We met the children in a local school.
Yes, and I think I can introduce something in the video. We saw some Chinese Kung Fu, we saw some Chinese temples, and tea, a very good culture.
The ceremony, yes. She, I cannot say I managed to do it right, but I was trying, and the calligraphy was fantastic. People even managed to read what I wrote, which is, I think it's a big achievement for me. And
actually, maybe it's not shown in the video, but I saw what you write. I just stand beside you. I see it's really good.
I think one of them was hard work, because I ruined many things when trying to write it correctly.
Yes, and in Chinese it's called 天道酬勤. If some Chinese fans to watch it, I just said it, and it's like hard work.
Yeah, so indeed, and hard work is what it takes, but here it's the hardest, I think, because both players not just have to work hard, your opponent works just as hard to beat you, right?
Yes.
So, it is twice as hard. And we have seen they keep playing quite fast, actually. So we left after bishop here, after king h7. Lei Tingjie played bishop c2, kind of asking how the king feels after to be standing across this bishop on the other side. Queen c7, queen g2. This is also a move that is very natural, because you remember when we said about all those ideas with pushing d4, you don't really want to have e4 with the tempo, right?
Yes.
You want to have your queen one step back. Knight goes to f6. As we said, it might want to go to g4. For this, now the idea behind Queen C7 becomes apparent. Ju Wenjun, the world champion, defends the pawn in advance because she knows that after knight f6 she will block the bishop from defending the pawn, so she needed another additional defender. The queen is the defender, and now the knight can safely go to g4. I believe it goes over there.
Yes, actually knight g4 is really a good move. Maybe some fans will ask, white can go f3 to capture it back. Seems like a knight after f3, black really needs to play knight f6. But this is what black wants to play. I just want to weakness your king side. I play knight g4. If you don't play f3, I just put my knight here.
It's perfectly placed here, right?
Yes.
It also defends the pawn.
But it's much more perfect if you play f3 for black. I goes back.
Yes, but for this reason, of course, I don't want to play, and I want to ask you, okay, how do you want to break through with black? Do you even want to break through, or you would just want to stand? You know, it's like a standoff of two forces, two armies are standing, neither can make any progress, and for this reason, they will decide that it is a draw.
Yes, I think if I play black here, I will not try to break the position by myself. I want you to. I want the white, my opponent, to play some f3 or maybe even b4 is what I want to see in the position. I can move my knight back to d5, attacking on your c3. Then I find your weakness. If white doesn't do anything, I don't want to play some f4 or e4 on the king side. It's only weakness my pieces on the king side. I think both players. This position is a quite a technical position. That both players don't. Please don't do anything to break through.
Exactly. So you're waiting for your opponent to win first,
yes,
and then you will react. Wow.
This is really.
Is this the wink that we were waiting for? So you said that you are willing to play knight g4 just to provoke f3.
Yes. This is really a big surprise.
Lei Tingjie plays f3 by herself. This is a surprise to both of us. But you know what? She is, if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, but those two pieces. So, kind of, after a move like f3, I'm thinking, is a move like g4 ever an idea? And I think to answer this, the world champion plays knight d5 to just answering me, no, yes, you're not going g4 anytime. Soon, queen f2. Also, both moves played very fast by both players. So.
Oh, so Lei Tingjie find a great square for her queen.
The queen is fantastically placed. This is true. But now, after f3 has been played, moves like f4 come to mind.
Yes, because before you play the f3, if black play f4, I just move my knight to e4 and nothing will happen. But now I have knight e3.
Exactly. So this is a very, very valid idea. Now, even if it means sometimes that we will sacrifice a pawn,
yes,
because after f4, the dark bishop can become very, very strong. I have to say, I'm not sure I like f3 too much. Actually, although the computer evaluation didn't change, it even got better for white after f3, it has to be said.
Well, this is really impressive. I think f3 is a move. Even black play knight g4, I will not play f3. This is what I understand in this position, but seems like but I still need to say Queen F3, Queen F2 is a very good find, because after King G2, maybe White sometimes can go Queen C5. This is also a great counterplay to attack something on Queen side.
By the way, do we want to exchange the queens? This is
yes.
Since you brought it up, right? So basically, if we, for instance, play King G2,
Yes.
so F4 right away, we are. Are we worried about it or not?
I have to say it's a move we need to be worried about, because if you don't do anything, I can just play F takes G3 and
Right.
Knight F4.
So, but on the other hand, as we said, this is also a very, very committal move for
Yes.
black, right? So it is a very, very double-edged move, because understandably, after F3, it can break the whole formation of white. We want to get this F4 square for our knight, but if we don't get it,
Yes.
then this is a perfect square this is a perfect square for white knight, for white's rooks,
Yes.
and you lose the ability to threaten to play E4 yourself, and it could lead to all kinds of trouble, right, for
Yes.
black as well. So,
And even if you play Knight E3, when if my knight my White's knight is go to E4, even if you play Knight E3, I can just rook E3.
by the way, yes, like in we have seen in Nepo Ding game,
yes.
right? When Ding
Very good
happily
example.
sacrificed an exchange. It was a different but somewhat similar situation. Well, of course, then after the sacrifice, white was just completely crashing. But here also, with all the most of the lines closed, this can sometimes be a very valid sacrifice, positional speaking, right?
Yes.
But we are not there yet, even remotely. So how about the world champion played bishop f6, a very natural move to make.
Yes.
And actually, you know, I find that sometimes it's a good idea to zoom out a little bit, and let's look what changed in the last 10 moves. So we
Yes.
are here, and then 10 moves ago we were here. So from this position, where white was pressing, we were discussing whether we want to play a5, not want to play a5, and then this transformation happened. And we have to somehow understand. Sorry, this is the current position.
This
This is the current position. Who all those moves benefited?
seems like Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, I would agree that black's position did improve in those last 10 moves.
And as a teammate of Ju Wenjun, because we always have some chance to play some blitz games in the training, because we train. We are teammates, and so we sometimes we train together. And I really feel that some position I have my feelings of this position, but she has her feelings, which is totally different from me. And at last, it shows. Maybe she played the move she played is not good better than me. Maybe I played the engine first line, she played the engine second line. But after some moves, it showed her plan is always better than me. I don't know why. This is how strong she
is. Yeah, that's why she is the world champion indeed. And that's where we thought those maneuvering games, she might have a slight advantage, although it
Yes.
has to be said, the position still remains absolutely equal in
Yes.
both players. She does look to be maneuvering a little bit more comfortably. King G2 is on the board.
Yes.
And we have a very nice question in the chat. whether I tried to learn Chinese while here.
Yeah.
I have to admit to my to my big regret. I only know 2 words in Chinese: ni hao and xie xie.
Yes.
So basically, I'm.
Ni
For
hao.
some reason, I don't study, but it's a fascinating language, and so the way I understand, if you want to read or write, there is a lot of memory involved, right? You have to
Yes.
memorize a huge amount of characters, and I think it's one of the reasons that you're so good in chess, because from the very young age you develop your memory so well that chess is like piece of cake for you, right? So the Sicilians and all kinds of lines, it becomes much easier to memorize stuff, to remember stuff.
I think the system of Chinese and English in words are totally different. It's just different. I cannot say which is better, because the English is 26 letters and all the words are based on them. But in Chinese, every word is a word. They will you will never say I have an A and a B and put it together. It's a word. Ni, for example, ni hao. Ni is a word and hao is a word, and they will not be put it together in any cases. And so just 2 different systems. And I think actually for me to learn English is also very difficult. So I think it's just maybe because I'm Chinese, maybe I can understand some Chinese words. Maybe it's just some environment or talent. I don't know.
This is as you said, the systems are so different, and for this reason you see that not many people are really have good grip in both languages, because they are so different.
Yes.
So this is really very interesting.
And
Anyway, yeah.
for the foreign fans, I want to say ni hao is hello.
Sorry. I assume that if I know that everybody knows them, but probably maybe not. So
yes, and 谢谢 is thanks.
yeah. Actually, first time when at the women candidates final, it was also held in Chongqing.
Yes. Actually, I saw the commenter.
Okay.
Yes.
But I had a connecting flight in Beijing, and I was trying to get to find to get to my flight to see where I should check into my flight, and I saw this English. I wrote it was written in English, and I read it as Chongqing. And I was trying to explain to people that I need to get to Chongqing, and they were like looking at me, what do you want from us?
Yes, what is
there is no
Chongqing?
such thing, leave us alone, please. And until I just showed my boarding card. But this was really an experience back then. How is my pronunciation of Chongqing now? Is it better?
Yes, it's the really correct.
Okay,
And
great. So
yes.
I have learned something, guys. So this is, can it count as another word?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. So 3 words, guys.
4 words, Shanghai.
Oh, Shanghai. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, back to chess. King G2 has been played. How can we improve the position? It has to be said, 20 minutes left for Lei Tingjie, 30 minutes left for Ju Wenjun, 10 moves, not such a big pressure. Yes. But the position can really explode, right? Because there is a lot of tension. If one misstep, and it's all of a sudden it can become wild.
And here, Alik, I have something to ask in this position. Can I play Okay, Ju Wenjun not played my move. I don't see what she played, but something
Queen
like
D8.
Queen D8. Yes. What I want to consider is F4 a move, because I want to say my idea. After F4, you play G4. I want to play H takes G4, F takes G4, and F3. This is kind of a move really goes crazy.
I actually love it because you win in exchange by force.
Yes, I'm not sure King F3 is a move, but I just ignore it. I think maybe King F3 cannot play.
But actually, look at this. The machine says that this is. Guess what's the evaluation, guys? 0, 0, 0, and
wow,
it kind of puzzles me how this can be 0, 0, 0.
Yes.
Apparently it is. And get this. So the line the machine suggests is E4, Queen takes F6.
Yes.
I'm not even trying to comment on it because I have absolutely no understanding what's going on here.
Yes, and
E takes D3, Rook takes E7,
Rook takes E7,
Bishop takes D3, and apparently there is simply a perpetual check going on here.
Ah, yes.
Because this is, you would think it is checkmate, but no.
Yes, but still, you still have a chance to proper check.
That's how you end this game. Apparently, this is a 0, 0, 0 by computer. Go figure what's going on here. And let's try to make any sense of what is going here. First of all, my first question, why? So this is probably not good because Rook H2, right? We force you to play G5, then probably, I guess, the computer says no. But the computer says that the knight goes to F5. Yeah. Now this I can start to understand because the knight on F5 is extremely strong. It's no worse than any rook in this position, right?
Yes.
So this would make a lot of sense, although white is an exchange down with the knight on F5, we are not, and this bishop is really not going anywhere.
Yes.
So we are really in sufficient compensation for white. And because of that, black wants to break through as fast as possible.
Yes.
Because if we manage to blockade on E4, as we said, the light pieces will probably this diagonal might become a big problem for black. But Shu, I want to say that I really love what the world champion played here. She played Queen D8.
Yes.
Preparing all those F4 because now the pressure along this diagonal will might become very, very annoying. For instance, if we play F4, then the rook suddenly jumps to G7 or F7. H4 can be really a target. For this reason, she forces Lei to play Rook H1. Again, I have to say, I feel that black is taking over the game a little bit.
Yes. This is the magic from Ju Wenjun.
This is exactly, this her magic. She is putting pressure on the challenger, and what would be the better timing for her to win with black for the first time, if not in the 11th round, when she has a white in the last round. If she needs to make a draw, I'm sure she will find a way.
Yes.
You don't want to lose with white here at any cost. And here you suddenly start feeling that you are getting pushed a little bit.
Yes, but I in this game I really don't know what is going wrong with Lei Tingjie. I mean all her moves seems very natural, and I don't even think she made any mistakes. Actually, the position I want to mention, the position here, the engine side is quite equal, but I feel some pressure for white. So Alik, I want to ask, what do you think in this game? Which move maybe Lei doesn't play it well, or maybe she just played well, or maybe this position is just ego.
Can I say yes to everything?
Yes, of course.
I think this is what happened.
Yes.
I think she didn't play anything wrong. The position is still equal. But
Yes.
somehow it still feels that black is making progress. Does it make any sense?
Yes.
Not much, but that's exactly what's happening. So if we look at the computer evaluation, it is still equalish, right? Ish. The visually black's position does look a little bit better now, but again, unless you are breaking through, white is still very solid. And you know, if you have studied those positions, you probably have seen something like similar to this, right?
Yes, I think I see some similar positions with just change the colors. Like white has the black pieces and then black has the white pieces. Some positions like this. Just opposite colors.
Exactly. But we can see also by their expressions that Ju Wenjun is much more comfortable here.
Yes, and here I think it's her move. But
It's her move, but look at the postures. Yeah, Lei Tingjie holding her head. It's not nothing unusual for her. She's most of the time, right? Which is another amazing thing we have discussed already. Both players are never away from the board. They're always working hard, always concentrated. Now it's time for calculation. You could see some micro expression on Ju Wenjun's face, and it was something she didn't like.
Yes.
Maybe some calculation, sometimes it happens. You calculate and you don't like what you see, or maybe you miscalculate stuff.
Yes. So it always happens to me. It always in my emotion in the game. If I do this, it means I played a bad move in the last move.
Yes, or maybe in calculation, right?
Yes, or maybe in calculation. I spent 5 minutes for a wrong line.
And then you say,
yes, why I spend this time?
And actually, it can often affect players' decisions whether how to continue. Because if you are calculating and suddenly you're getting like, okay, I missed here, I missed there, I miscalculated there, you lose this confidence in yourself.
Yes.
And if you have an option to like bail out with some exchanges and say, okay, let's call it a day and make a draw, this is good. If not, then it's kind of a vicious circle because you made those mistakes in calculation. You start checking yourself twice, you get into time trouble, and you start, and you know, it kind of feeds itself. So I have to admit, since I quit professional chess, it happens to me almost every game, you know, because when you don't train yourself, you kind of lose this this ability to calculate sharply.
And maybe some attitude is also exchanged in calculate this kind of.
Yes, absolutely. But of course, it's nothing even remotely about those two fantastic players who calculate well, who understand the position well. They don't afraid to make those moves that look at first sight, they might look like, wow, this is weakening or something. They have very precise and concrete justification to all those moves. So this is very interesting, and let's try to find a way. How do we break through with black? So is this a move anymore, or after with rook on h1 it doesn't make a lot of sense?
Yes. So maybe here, maybe I will try to find my queen on c8 or d7. Then I played f4. This is maybe a new plan.
Queen
for
to
example, maybe
okay.
Sorry, queen d7. I
queen
cannot
d7.
play queen c8.
Queen d7. The point being that now you want to play f4.
Yes.
But what was black last move?
Queen
d8 and rook h1. You say now queen d7.
Yes.
So it's a triangle. And if we go back attacking, or it's not attacking, sorry, right?
Yes, and I will go.
And now
f4.
you want to play f4.
Actually, the bar says
it's tricky. The bar says it's 0, 0, 0,
Yes.
which makes me laugh nervously somewhat because I don't see a dead draw here. I can see many things, but not a dead draw.
So maybe knight b6 is a move, but
So knight
knight
b6,
b6,
yes. So the point being that without the knight, I'm less afraid of this weakening of
yes, but seems like
f4.
if I play knight b6, I think a takes b6. The pawn on b6 is
I
not.
might lose, but I care less about the pawns now with those opposite colored bishops. I actually might want to sacrifice one myself, maybe with the d4
Yes.
move.
And seems like it it's a good good thing for white. Seems like if we exchange the knight, even if I lost the pawn.
And actually, you know, if we are coming back to Ju's expression when she shook her head a little bit, so it can be something that you calculate all those lines for a long time, and then you suddenly spot that, okay, white has knight b6, and all of a sudden nothing of this makes
Yes.
a lot of sense to you, right? And you kind of, oh, what did I waste my time on?
Yes.
And she has 20 minutes left also for the last 9 moves for black, 8 moves for white. White has a slightly less time.
And actually, in this kind of position, if black wants to make a draw, maybe just to play queen c7, queen d8, it's not a position that white can play for a win.
This is true. But
Yes.
I have a feeling that Ju Wenjun will try to
Yes.
to put some pressure as long as she can. Because, as you said, how do you even play with white here?
Yes, rook c6 is a good example.
She did play it.
Yes.
She did play rook e6.
Yes, it's on board.
And now the point is that this rook is kind of tied to defending, because if we move the rook, I think f4 now is quite devastating, because
Yes, and you have no time to play knight b6 in this position.
exactly, you don't have, because first of all, you don't attack
The queen.
the queen, and you simply lose everything along this diagonal.
Yes.
However you capture, this is just game over. And this is, you know, this is a move you would love to say, I check, I pass, I don't make a move. Or maybe this is what you should do. But you see the computer, you cannot just move like
Yes.
that.
Actually, I think maybe rook f8 is.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to say something. Do not be misled by this bar saying 0, 0, 0.
Yes, yes.
Because it's not 0, 0, 0. It's hard to play with white. It's really hard to play here with white, because you have to take care of so many things with you. And for this reason, I start to think that if you ask me again that question, which move was wrong for Lei, I would say that f3
Yes.
seems to be a little bit soft in this sense. So I would rather have the knight on g4 and then we just shuffle and do nothing, than giving black this option to constantly threaten with this f4 breakthrough. So yeah, I wouldn't love to play white here.
Yes. And after f3, we just said it before, we cannot move our pawn back.
Exactly. If I could, I would.
Yes, here, if I can move my pawn back to f3, I think it's really released for white.
Absolutely. And Lei Tingjie played king f1, and you
Wow.
see the bar dropping considerably. I don't see why, how it's so bad. Apparently, and I just want to show you how the computer handles it, so you understand how difficult it is to play with white here. So the computer says that this is bad because of bishop g7.
Yes, and one of the main idea of bishop g7 is to play f4 next move. That's just, for example, white play bishop e1. If maybe I can play f4, and if you play g4, I can take and f3. It's maybe one of the idea.
And we have an open, but actually, you know, the
Yeah.
f3, the computer says,
It's a bad move.
ha ha ha,
Yeah.
you are wrong, buddy. Because it doesn't take, it just goes away.
Yes, and
And for some reason, it is okay for white,
yes,
because it transfers the knight to e4 and holds.
you know.
It's very hard to understand.
Yes,
But I want to say that the way to go, the computer goes knight f6 here.
oh. For example, we just
And surprisingly enough, the breakthrough comes from the other side. It breaks through
yes.
with e4.
Wow, I totally missed this idea because f3.
And I think
these-
any human would miss this idea because we are
Yes.
so concentrated on the f4 break.
Yes, and actually d3, f3, just a sign like I put something in front of you play e4. And maybe you just concentrate, focus on f4 and other things, just to forget about the e4.
So I would say this is indeed a difficult position for white to play.
Yes. But I also have to say, bishop g7, knight f6, e4 idea is also difficult
It's
for
very
black.
difficult, yeah. But black has all those options, and you have to keep them. You have to, as white, you don't know where the strike will come from. So
Yes.
really, really a nice position for black to have. Again, especially in a game where you don't want to lose in any game.
Yes.
But not with white, not in the game, in game 11 out of 12. So not an easy situation for the challenger, to say the least.
So well,
But
Ju Wenjun find this?
I'm really hard to believe that this is a move. I'm much more inclined to see a move like f4 happen, right?
And
But
F-
here you understand that this is probably not so good.
Yes, of course. But white can move queen f3, knight d2, knight e4 in the future, and it's only white can improve the position. So
Although again, it's tempting. Yeah, here you don't have knight e3, so you don't go for it. So for this reason, you are right. Bishop g7 is tempting, right?
yeah, it's really hard to find. As another explanation is Ju Wenjun played the queen d8 and rook e6. It's mainly on h4.
Yes, exactly. And then you just suddenly go back. Doesn't
Yes.
make any sense. But our silicon friend says it does. What about king e1? If we want to, get the king to
Yes.
c1, it's a very human way to go here.
I think I know the answer because you just showed it to me. Knight f6, I think.
Knight f6.
Yes, and
Point being that you cannot pass this d file e4, not even e4. What is the computer doing here?
yes, but e4 seems still good to black.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not sure why don't play e4.
well, there is this
Wow.
line, rook e1, using the fact that the rook is pinned. And if you go to d7, then I just go king c1.
And it's
I take everything, and it's probably drawish.
yes.
Yeah, it is. This one I can relate to. Anything
Yes.
else, it's very strange to me. So the computer line, just for the objectivity of it, queen d5. The point is I feel that somehow this rook will play a big role.
But how about king c1?
So if you play king c1, of course now e4 is okay because
yes, I connect
the
them.
rook is protected.
And the knight is hanging. If you
If you go here, the point is that now I just take on f3,
yes.
and this is game over.
Yes, because I think rook e6, maybe I have knight g4. e4, I'm not sure. Immediately, maybe rook e6 and
e6.
I'm not sure knight g4 is a move.
First. And now knight g4. You are absolutely correct. And if
Ah,
queen
yes.
goes here, then f2, and any time, and we'll just take on e6.
Yes, even queen e2, I will take on e6. I think. Queen e2, queen h1. It's just over.
Queen h1 and bishop h6 as is. Wow.
Yes.
But
this is amazing.
It's not easy by any means. King g7 played by the world champion. Much more, it has to be said, a much more human move,
yes.
To get away from all those pieces staring at the king. But now, after king e1, and we can expect Lei to play it quite fastly, I think, because she played king e1? No, I played king e1. She did play something, and we don't see what
she played king e1. Yes.
And now, so the computer says you have to go back.
Yes.
To h7, you still have an advantage. But if you don't, so a breakthrough like e4, it's right now it's just nothing because white simply takes. There are no tactics for black, nothing major going on, and white holds because we have sufficient grip on e4.
But if black play just like king h7, can white play king d1 or king d2? Because your king is now on the d5, maybe e4 is connected now?
So the computer says that king h7, king d1, e4. Sorry that we refer to the computer because it's showing some lines that we don't really understand and we want to understand it. So
yes,
f takes e4, e takes e4. The point being that now, for some reason, what worked previously doesn't really work anymore because
bishop c3?
Bishop takes c3, you are absolutely right. The point being that if we accept this sacrifice, then our position is all of a sudden quite ruined. But again, it is. How can you go into something like this with black? Because it looks so strange to go into this.
Yes.
And again, we should not forget. You don't want to lose this game. Is black either, right? Because you have such a pleasant position, and then you suddenly play e4. You kind of get into all those crazy lines. But it's a 3-result game all of a sudden. So and it's not game number 5; it's game number 11, right?
Yes, actually today, if the game ends a draw, it's a good result to Ju Wenjun. So to take this risk is not very wise, I think. If you don't make sure after what is after e4.
Right, and you want to keep this pressure. You want to keep your options. But also, it has to be said that if white, for instance, manages to run with the king to c1, then, well, let's say we do nothing, right?
Yes.
So, and white gets to c1, then all of a sudden it's white who has the better position, because now all those king side things work into white's hands, right? So and now the rook can safely come back, putting some pressure, and now black has to be worried about all kinds of breaks like g4, d4, f4, maybe even without the king, right?
The break has come to white to play.
And so this is a very strange position because. And what is strange is that the computer says it's roughly equal.
Yes.
So this is again, do not be mistaken by this equality. The computer says, the bar says the equality is there because it can really explode, especially given the fact that Ju Wenjun is now down to her last 10 minutes. Lei Tingjie only 16 minutes. Right, we don't have many moves to play.
No,
Rook h8 played by the world champion.
well, rook h8, it means she will play g5
Is
next.
she getting ready for g5? And you see the bar jumped from minus 0.3 to plus 0.2. It's still balanced, by,
Yes.
but you see the bar jump, right? And black made a reasonable, very reasonable move, right?
Yes.
So how does this work?
King d1 is.
Let's see. King d1, e4. Still, the computer says if e4 is a move because always you want to take on c3.
Yes.
By the way, for this reason, the computer doesn't go king d1. The computer goes king d2 to have to make sure that you don't have a bishop takes c3 here. And
Yes.
now on a move like e4, we have fe4, fe4. And again, rook h1, important move because we
Yes.
cannot take on e4. This is game over because the knight will jump to, for instance, not e3. I mean, a move like a knight b6 probably.
Yes.
Winning the knight. You cannot protect the knight because the bishop is still pinned. So this is not a move white can make, but a move like rook e1 is actually using the fact that the rook is pinned. In next move we can take because even if you go here, I think now king c1 is a good move.
Yes. So maybe e3 is a move to make a draw. I think.
e3 is a move to like force exchanges and
take on a5 after.
Just exchange everything, take on a5, or even if you don't take on a5, you probably have good chances for a draw.
Yes.
But this is just an automatic draw.
Wow.
So,
But king
d1 played by Lei Tingjie.
Yes, actually, I think king d1 is a move more human because if you king d2, it's like black will play g5 because rook h8 is a move like black wants to play g5.
Let's see exactly. We haven't discussed the most natural move. g5, the computer says, thank you so much for this move.
Yes.
You just gave me your the whole game. Why, you ask? Well, of course, because just king c1 and g5
yes.
is just a weakening move, and I will now break through with one of the moves. d4 is a threat, apparently.
Yes.
g4 maybe. But most importantly, what do you do? For instance, if g takes h4, d4, all of a sudden the explosion comes, and just imagine the king. If the king was here, it would be a whole lot of different story. But with the king on c1, the white king is so protected, and all of those openings, the pawns don't matter anymore.
Yes.
What matters is the king and the position, and with opposite color bishops, it's white who will have the extra piece in the attack. So g4 will be, g5, it's a move actually that plays against black here. Wow, and the really, everything gets wild here very fast. So we have this move.
Yes. e4 is.
You know, we have been shuffling back and forth for 15 moves, but now the moment of truth comes. e4 is the move to make by black. The point being that now,
take.
If white goes rook e1, black will have probably bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and all of a sudden this is a wild position. The computer says it's roughly equal.
I just speechless.
I think if you need to sum up what the commentators think about it, that's the word, speechless, because it's very hard to make anything out of this position, especially given the fact that it was so calm 2 moves ago. But apparently you cannot keep shuffling with black anymore. Because if you just keep shuffling, this is a great plan. By the way, we have to say, we haven't said it, maybe out of necessity, but it was this king transfer. It's a great plan found by Lei Tingjie.
Yes.
the clouds over the king side are getting darker, and she gets the king away. She doesn't mind to spend 4 moves to bring the king to the queen side. And you can see Ju Wenjun, we had the feeling, right? She is overtaking the game. She is pressing.
Yes.
Now, it's not so clear anymore.
And actually, I think e4 is the only move here for black.
But it's not an easy move to make.
Yes. If you don't play e4 after king c1, it's hard to defend, I think.
Wow. And this would be shocking, because just a simple, a king changing the king position from g2 to c1 just turns the position upside down.
Yes.
And e4, will the world champion find the move? She is absolutely capable of doing so. She has only less than 7 minutes left, though. And do you want to go into complications when you have 7 minutes?
Yes.
Game number 11.
And actually, you still have five moves to make.
5 moves to make, not clear.
Not
Although playing e4 kind of forces the matter, so you will make a few, we will take, this is one more move.
Yes.
But now, for instance, here it will be move number 37. You still have to make some very, very, very important decisions. And more importantly, do you trust that this position is good for you?
I said it before, I'm speechless.
Yes, because
yes,
it can easily be dead lost.
Yes, of course, because the queen side pawns are useless.
Exactly, the pawns are totally blocked, and those pieces, we know they can become extremely strong. For instance,
yes.
d4, knight e5, if the king goes to e3, all kinds of stuff.
If the queen exchanged, it's just maybe
or the
losing.
Queen, exactly, if the queens get exchanged, or somehow you can imagine all those kinds of things, this can just be played. And she plays e4. She played e4. Wow, what a move by the world champion. She plays e4, guys. Unbelievable. 6 minutes.
Wow, yes.
Goosebumps. F takes e4, immediately played by Lei Tingjie. F takes e4. She was expecting it. Will she play king? Will she play rook e1? Actually, she does not have to play that. White can
yes,
make
C1.
a move like king c1 here.
And
what will happen? 6.5 minutes for the world champion. 14.5 minutes for the challenger. She has time to calculate now.
And maybe rook he1. Ju Wenjun can play rook he8. It's a line very gentle. After king c1, I played e3.
Right.
We just mentioned it
and
before.
If we play king
yes,
c1 now,
this is
e3.
Still
e3.
Still e3.
But,
yes, yes.
But we don't have to take on e3.
Yes.
If we want to keep playing, we can go with the queen to either f3 or let's say g2. I don't know which one is better. Now we want to play d4. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Yes,
to open, maybe queen g2 is even better because we want to play d4, g4, opening opening those lines.
Maybe rook f1 first to stop knight f4, but rook f1 g4 it's really a good plan after d4.
So I don't know. Who do you like here?
Yes, actually maybe e3 is the only move. Maybe here.
The pressure is enormous. Yes, e3 it looks like the only move because, well, maybe you can play move like rook f8 first, but doesn't change. You kind of force me into a good spot with the queen, and again now the pawn is not threatened. Now the queen is after e3 the queen is not threatened. I have my leisure to play f4 d4.
Yes.
And I love my bishop. I love that you have this bishop. e3 played by the world champion. e3. Now Lei Tingjie needs to find the move. Does she want to just exchange and let's say play it safe?
Yes.
Because this is the safer way to play, right? With white, to exchange everything, play a move like king b1, keep the balance, and maybe claiming that, okay, here, in the opposite color bishop, I'm still probably having the upper hand.
Yes, but I think this this will probably goes to a draw in mostly. So here, after e3, it's a big decision for Lei. She wants to play knight e3 is a move maybe close to draw, but if you play queen g2, actually I like the position after queen g2, after rook f1 and d4.
And Lei Tingjie is thinking she has time. She needs to make 3 moves. She has 14.5 minutes. It's enough, more than enough time to calculate. And especially that if she takes here on e3,
black has no time
moves
pressure.
Will exactly. Black has no time pressure, so they will reach move 40 quite easily and fast. On the other hand, after queen g2, I prefer queen g2 here, I have to say.
Yes, because if I can, I'm not sure c5 is a good move for black now or not, but if black cannot play c5, I think after d4 the position is better for white.
Absolutely, and for this we need to calculate what happens after c5 here. Do we have the time to play it? You know, after c5, maybe we can ignore perhaps a move like d4, rook d1, but this is, I'm not sure, this is a bit problematic.
Yes.
But we have g4 anyway.
Yes.
Because knight f4, we have a check.
But rook e7 is a, yes, I have rook, yes, rook e7.
We don't have a check, so okay. And then, okay, so we need to prepare it, one move. Rook f1.
Rook f1.
But Lei Tingjie, it took on e3.
Yes, it's very reasonable.
It's also reasonable because, again, as we said, you don't want to lose with white, right? And eliminating this pawn on e3 kind of forces. But look at this. Ju Wenjun plays a rook e8, a smart, a very clever move.
Yes, to exchange more pieces.
You are forcing white to play a rook e1. And now, if you want, first of all, you will it will take more moves, so you for sure reach the 40th move. And also, with having the weaker king, you want to exchange the rooks, right? You want to exchange the more pieces you exchange, the better it is, the safer is your king. But she still hasn't taken on e3.
Yes.
She has the option. No, this is not a move you want to make because there is a check, and if you take rook takes e6, this is just one check. We're not afraid of it by any means.
And the queen e7 also a bad move. If you don't.
Sorry. Let me just show something because I'm not sure it's so clear.
After take,
black has maybe this move. Oh, I wanted to say that here I win back the rook, but maybe you have queen c2 and it's winning.
Yes,
so,
queen,
okay.
Yes.
But anyway, this is, again, everything was, stays behind the scenes because we will see massive exchanges now. The rooks are going, the knights have gone. Queen takes a5 will happen probably.
Yes, and
maybe
it's going to an opposite color bishops endgame with a queen. Queen
with the queens
also
and the queens,
endgame.
it should be said, shouldn't change much because this is a very drawish
position. Yes,
and wow. So we had a sparkle.
Yes,
and it. But it has to be said that after e4, the computer agrees it's a level position, and Ju Wenjun, when it started getting dangerous, she sensed this exact moment where she needs to calculate.
Yes, this is the most dangerous moment in this game.
And look, Lei Tingjie's face says it all. She knows this is a draw.
Yes, I could not think this game will end with the result not a draw.
Yes,
this position is
but
really drawish.
We were expecting a drawish resolution of the game for quite some time, but not in this way, right? Because it became all of a sudden the position just kind of exploded, and now nothing is left after the explosion. D4 is very natural move, because we want to limit black's piece. Bishop. Actually, Lei Tingjie does not even waste time on king b1, because then then it would allow c5, which is important.
Also, queen e5 is also a big threat, actually.
Or queen e5. So So here you cannot even exchange, right?
Yes,
because this is very bad.
Yes.
So you would have to go back with queen f2.
Of course, I think this is also a drawish position, but why should I do this?
If you can play a d4, d4 is after d4, it's only white, I would say, that can be better here, right?
Yes, of course. White can play queen e4 next, just like what black did to the g3 pawn.
Absolutely. The threat is queen e4. Of course, we are not afraid at all about this move.
Actually,
we can go here. We can go even maybe king d2.
Yes.
Just to put a V on another game that we sacrifice the pawn.
Yes.
But this is not really a sacrifice, because this is a complete disaster for black if she takes the pawn on d2. For this reason, we will not see even queen a1, of course, because black does not want the queen to be disconnected from the position. And
I want to add just one thing. I just want to say it before. Here, queen e7 is also not a good move, because if you play knight d5, maybe rook e2 is winning for black, but I have still knight f5.
Still knight f5. As we said, the pieces are there, but they are wrongly placed, because it should be the other way around for white, for black, and then it would be fine. But now, of course, this is plain losing. Ju Wenjun is about to play queen d5, I think, because it's the most natural move, preventing queen e4. I think queen d5 is on the board. And what are we to expect here? White might try to go something like this, but then I think we can just start checking here, like that. And I would be surprised if the game doesn't end in a draw like that.
Or maybe queen e4 is another. Oh no, queen e4. I don't like this move. I mean, after queen d5.
Oh, you mean here queen e4?
It's a better move, I think. Maybe
it might be a bit problematic, because after bishop e7.
Yes.
Not so easy.
Yes, maybe it's still a draw.
It's
but
still a draw.
Why?
It's probably still a draw. But again, you ask yourself. So this is a draw, of course, right? You can give up. Oh, you don't even give up the pawn, or you can give the pawn, but then you come from this side.
Yes.
So,
but why?
But why?
Yes.
And not many reasons to do that.
Wow. After. It's really amazing to see after a big fight like this, and the game suddenly comes to like.
And it often happens when the players don't make mistakes.
Yes.
Which happens again and again. They're simply, to lose a game, you need to make mistakes, or you need to make more mistakes than your opponent, or you need to make big mistakes, right? So because tiny inaccuracies just don't do that anymore. And you can see on Ju Wenjun's face, she knows the game is pretty much over.
Yes.
She lets her opponent decide whether she wants to go queen e4, queen d3, or
Queen
pretty
e8,
much
maybe.
any other move, right?
Yes.
But it's Lei's turn to decide whether she wants to try and squeeze this somehow.
Yes.
Because she has the right to do that, right? Because
Yes.
her bishop is much better than black.
If she
To
wants.
remind you, in game, was it game 4? Where, or maybe game 6, where Ju Wenjun had the opposite color bishops ending with the rooks.
Game 4.
Game 4,
Yeah.
and she was really putting
Lot of pressure.
Lei's resistance to a test. So this might be similar. Good bishop against bad bishops. Of course, it's not even closely as dangerous as it was back then for Lei.
Yes.
But it can still become tricky if you're not careful enough.
So if Lei wants to play on, I think b3 is the move.
Right. So b3 is a move that can be played. The point being that we want to have, after queen h1, we want to have this king b2, right, back to safety, and then we can start creating threats.
Yes.
Right?
So it's based on what Lei do now. It's her time to make pressure to her opponent.
It is indeed her time, and I think she will take this time to decide whether she wants to continue, whether she wants to call it a day. My bet is for continuing. And
Yes.
for us, it's a time to take a short break to get ourselves together. See you on the other end of this break.
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
2018年，我第一次拿到了女子世界冠军。2020年对戈尔亚奇金娜那一盘，那一次对抗赛，在快棋中扳平比分，在后在加赛中战胜对手。每一次对抗赛它都是不同的，但对我来说，我的目标就是去认真的去下好每一盘棋。不管是在棋上，包括在生活上，我觉得
我可能要比之前的稳重一点吧，不能说成熟，更稳重一些。现在来说，我也做好准备去迎接这一次的挑战。It's kind of different because when you know your opponent, she knows you well. So for me, I feel it's something new. I mean, in this match, every game is I will do my best. I think I will just try to play every game as best as I can, and also I hope I can to win the match. 战斗到底是我不变的信念和态度，成功卫冕，让属于自己的时代继续。
从候选人赛结束以后，其实时间挺赶的。上一次赢下来了以后呢，心里面也是挺开心的，相当于是打了一个强心剂。每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。I think play against a friend is quite interesting, and also for me, she's not only the friend, and she's also a great player in China. So for me, I just respect her very much. I would like to challenge myself. To be honest, because this is my dream, I would like to say I want to win this match. Now probably it's the last step. No, I don't think this is the last step. I prefer to be a simple person. Winning the match is like a goal for me. I mean, I'm a person who likes enjoying to play chess. Results can change anything for me. 用挑战去创造另一种可能，因为无畏，所以无惧。
Welcome back to the remainder of Game 11 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Lei Tingjie is playing white. The score is level. The game is about to end in a draw. We think after the time control, there was the game was level throughout the most of the part, but it seemed that that at some point there was an explosion in a tactical explosion in a very critical moment, and let's see, the game has ended. As we can see, the game has ended in a draw after, as we predicted, after Queen D3 and the threefold repetition. The players really decided to call it a day. Who will be happy after this game?
I think first I'm sure Lei Tingjie will be happy because sometimes she felt really big pressure after some moves before she transferred her king to the queen side. Black has some e4, f4 ideas, but actually for Ju Wenjun it's also a good result. First, she takes black today, so a draw is a good, not a bad result anyway. And the second, she this position, yes, just this position, she managed to find e4. This is very important find, and the most dangerous moment for black today, I think.
Absolutely, and actually we have to say that after Queen G2, the engine still says it's about equalish. It wouldn't be. It would be. I think it would be a much more difficult task for black.
Yes.
And for white, it has to be said, because it's something that white is also risking much more here. Having this pawn on e3 really kind of limits a lot of your options.
And maybe we can show the last move, show some moves which they played.
Yeah, so as we predicted, after Queen d5, Lei Tingjie decided to play Queen d3, allowing this perpetual, and this is basically how the game ended. So 11 games are behind us.
Wow.
One more game left in this World Championship match. The score is level, 5.5 points each for each player. Tomorrow, the last round of this match, Ju Wenjun will have the white pieces. She can try to win. In her last game match in 2020 against Goryachkina, she lost with the black pieces.
Yes.
So she knows you can win with white. She knows it the hard way.
Yes.
But again, she will not. She doesn't feel like she has to really over push, because even if it's a draw, we will have a
Tiebreak.
Tiebreak is always exciting for us, so we.
But it's also brutal for the players.
Extremely, it will be brutal for sure for one of the players to get a tied match and then to lose maybe on the blitz, maybe
On the rip pad.
We have seen it in.
Yes.
We have already seen it.
This
We
year.
all remember the emotions for both players from
Yes.
the Ding Nepo match. So, guys, we thank you for being with us today. We are going to the press conference. The players are ready. We'll see you tomorrow. Be sure to be here same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
我的点的是20方面的最后2盘王就可以。
Welcome to the press conference after 11th round. We have only one round to go, and the current score is even, 5.5 to 5.5. Thank you so much for joining us. And the first question will be to both of you. The last 2.5 weeks, how has it been for you? Did it go by fast, or is it like long? How does it feel from your perspective, Lei Tingjie? Let's start with you.
Okay, I think it's quite fast, but you can imagine that like after probably 2 days or 3 days, then you can eat some delicious food. So quite happy.
Okay, for me, it's time has been very fast for this tournament, and also, well, it's just because yesterday maybe was the chess day, so I feel it's really like, oh, it's already a chess day, something like this.
Yesterday was an international chess day. Yeah, that's what you mean. Did you do anything special? I know we were talking about your routine. You were. I didn't want to ask about it, but you mentioned it. Did you do something connected to that international chess day?
Not really, nothing special. I just realized it's been really fast. The time flies.
Okay, thank you. Let's focus on today's game for a little bit. So we have a draw, of course. What were the most important moments in the game from your perspective? Not only chess-wise, but maybe also psychologically, some difficult decisions. Lei Tingjie, let's start with you.
I mean, I think Papa's position was equal, but somehow I played quite passive, and because I think that position is okay for me. But when she started to play like f5 and bishop f6, I think it's a little bit unpleasant for white. Also, I think my time is lower than hers. So I think when I made some decision like king g2, king h1, king f1, I think, okay, it's quite interesting, but I think around that time probably it's like key moment.
So would you say that this was like the crucial moment, moving the king to f1?
I think when I play king g2, I don't know, probably black can try.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ju Wenjun, how was it for you? Was there some specific moment that was the most interesting, the most intense for you in today's game?
Okay, I feel in general after F5, black's position is quite pleasant, but it is not easy to break this solid structure, and then somehow, the king runs, and I feel okay, maybe that's enough for the game, and I just play e4.
E4, it was a very strong decision indeed. And yeah, my next question was about the king march. It was very interesting, for sure, very creative. So Ju Wenjun, when you saw the king f1, king e1 later, were you surprised? Like, what was your reaction and also evaluation at this point?
Okay, actually, I didn't expect the king go back because somehow I just forget that when I play e4, it's not necessary for white to take. Then I think white is fine after that.
And so, what was your evaluation at this point? What did you think about the position?
Okay, I feel it's maybe unclear, but okay, if it's some equal position, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. And the Lei Tingjie, what the march with this king today? Can you tell us what was your strategy? What were you going for? Did you want to bring your king to safety? It was more to maneuver your king to a better place, or were you planning to break through on the king side?
No, I think because my king is on the king side, actually it's quite dangerous. Probably black also can maneuver the king to some safety place, probably play f4 or g5. So, because this king's maneuver is quite interesting, because I think some game played by Bibi Sarah, I guess. So, when I think about this idea, play king f1, okay, just probably I have to go like this way.
So you were inspired by one of the games of Bibi Sarah, yeah? To go for it?
Yeah.
Okay, now we have to check this game. All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, actually I wanted to ask the usual commentators question. So our commentators team were wondering how you both were evaluating the position after f3. I know you kind of mentioned it already, but if you could, again, focus on this moment after white's f3 move. Ju Wenjun?
Okay, I feel it's not like a solid move, but for black, maybe some chance to play f4, but the moment is important, and in the game, maybe when the king go back, then I don't have this chance anymore. So I think f3 is just solid somehow hold.
And Lei Tingjie, how are you evaluating it?
Probably it was not like a good move, but I think, because, move f-pawn in front of the king side always can be dangerous. But, okay. When I play f3, I already saw some idea like queen f2, king g2, rook h1, king f1, so it's hard to evaluate. Probably black has some chances, but it's quite interesting to play like this.
Yeah, for sure. So already then you're planning to potentially maneuver the king over, yeah? All right, thank you. And I wanted to ask one moment that, of course, we mainly saw because of the engine, so it's difficult to spot it in the game, but after e3, knight e3, there was the tactical option to play bishop g5 for black. The idea is to pin the knight, and there are some active possibilities on the f file as well. Have you seen it at all? Like maybe afterwards, or were you considering this at all, Ju Wenjun?
Yes, I've seen this, but okay, it's not so clear. So I just, it doesn't seem that knight is be taken. So I feel maybe it's queen, just 93 is fine enough.
And you didn't want to calculate it too much, not to go too low on time, yeah? Because you had like around 6-5 minutes at this point.
Yeah, also I feel it's not so, not so logic move. I saw this on rook, but it's maybe too much for black to play.
Okay, thank you. And we also have some social media questions from the fans that can always leave, always. We don't have so much time left, but we still have a couple of days, so you can ask those on the FIDE Facebook or Twitter. And Robit Mondano has asked a question to both players: what do you prefer, classical or speed chess? So moving on from the game today, which is your preference? Lei Tingjie?
I think I don't have any special, classical and speed chess is both fine for me.
Okay, for me, okay. Need to like chess, for chess, not only play classical or just maybe play both is fine.
So no preference, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And since we have only one classical game left and the match is coming to an end, the question from another fan was about how did you learn to play at all? So coming back to the beginning, how did you start playing, and maybe who introduced you to the game? Lei Tingjie?
Okay, I learned a lot from this match, and also my opponent, she's like a great chess player, so I have chance to play against her is, just kind of a good opportunity. So for me, I think overall the match is going well, so I will try my best to play the last round, and also look forward to in the future.
Thank you. The question though was, how did you start playing chess? Thank you for your answer.
Okay.
If you could, if you feel like answering also the one about how did you start playing?
Okay.
Fans are interesting simply about your beginnings.
Actually, I couldn't remember at all. I think when I was 5 years old, and some chess club in our
in your region, yeah, in your neighborhood,
in some preschool. So I just wanted to play. So then I learned.
So it was accidental, yeah? Nobody, not like especially somebody introduced you to the game?
No.
And do you remember what was special about chess that you decided that, okay, this is what you want to choose from all the other activities?
What?
What was special about chess that you decided that this is the thing you want to do?
No, because I think at that time I was kind of how to say that, because I can't stay down for a long time. So when I was a kid, so when I started to play chess, I can sit there for 1 hour and 2 hours to learn some concentration. So it's good, yeah.
All right, thank you. That's interesting. And Ju Wenjun, how was it for you at the beginning? Still
At the
focusing.
beginning, it was some interesting class from the when I was very young, and then I just like playing chess with some same age classmates or some students, and then some tournaments. For me, it was lucky that when I studied chess, the place is really close to where I live by that time. So I guess it's kind of lucky for me.
And was it a chess club or a school as well?
A school.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. And still 2 more questions, so still focusing on that. Do you remember how many hours were you training when you were kids? Let's say, around 10 or 12? More or less. Lei Tingjie, do you remember or no?
No, I think probably 3 hours, 4 hours.
Every day, yeah? Every day?
No, also have fun with my friends. So I don't think I spent too much time on chess that day. But when I started to become like professional chess player, then probably I put more time on it.
Thank you, Ju Wenjun.
For me, I didn't spend many time training when I was kids, but maybe after when I became professional, I train more.
And at what age did you decide to?
At that time, I think depends. Maybe 3 hours, something like this.
Okay, and the very last question from Facebook, from Rotsif, asking you what chess book or what chess books are your favorite? Lei Tingjie, I see that you're excited to answer this one, so let's start with you. Do you have any favorite chess books? Of course, if no, then no pressure.
Okay, but I couldn't remember the game. I think one of book introduced Vichy and this games like from young generation and then later on. So, but I couldn't remember the name. Yeah.
For me, it's that Bobby Fischer and that memorable 60 games, and it's translated by Ling Feng, and so. It's a Chinese version, so it really helped me improve my chess level.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And on that note, thank you in general for the press conference in English, and we will move on to the Chinese part and shouting. Thanks.
Okay, we are not finished yet. 好，那2位棋手辛苦了，还是要请你们先谈一下今天这盘棋的一个感受吧。朱元军，你先说吧。
今天这盘棋，我觉得可能中间就是黑棋有一些机会，但是在对局中可能双方都下得比较的稳健吧，最后就获得了一盘和棋。
那刚才其实那个英文那部分已经说到了，就是有一个象棋舞的机会，就想请你就自己就连起来说一下吧。当时有没有注意到，然后没有做选择的原因是，以及还想问一下你，就是说在 F5冲起来之后，你对自己的局面怎么评价？你就自己介绍一下吧。
就是首先先说 F5吧。F5冲完之后，我觉得黑棋还是比较乐观、比较理想的，更有机会去获得一些优势。那么在象棋舞的那个变化，可能我看了一下，但是我不是那么确定这个棋，因为毕竟这个子好像是能够守住的，然后所以我就没有继续往下想。
好，那雷霆姐，你谈一下整个一盘棋。
我 我觉得这盘棋的话，可能我中间处理的不是特别好，但是，临场的时候，可能我找到了车 H1 王 F1，我可能感觉到，肯定黑的在某些时候可能是会有突破，但是，我觉得就是有点硬着头皮走上去吧，反正我觉得就见招拆招吧，然后最后。当然，母姐在可能要想，就是那个时候快40步了，可能时间稍微有一点点紧张，然后就转换到了一色格向残局当中合掉。
你们这盘棋很激烈，但其实还是非常精确的。然后想问你在临场，在黑方今天率先发起进攻之后，你当时心里慌不慌？
我觉得是这个样子的，就是。可能会有一些慌，但是我觉得那个局面没有明显的就是纰漏吧。我觉得就是白方可以尝试去防守，而且在我有了那个想法以后，我感觉可能人就会感觉轻松一些，因为我觉得白方可能需要一个计划，所以其实在。后续的话，我走的其实还算是比较快的，所以我觉得也没有感觉到特别多的压力。
然后临场你找出了一些很有创意也很勇敢的防御性招法，比如说把王从王翼往中心去调整。那么这个是上头的决定还是深思熟虑的决定？
当然，因为我看过一些对决，可能有类似的想法。当然，人家那么走好像是为了去胜利，我这样走可能是为了去防守。但我觉得把王从王翼走到，就这个想法，我觉得应该是一个正确的决定。要不然，待在王翼，我觉得就只能等死了。
为什么待在王翼只能等死？你当时觉得黑方可能会是什么样的计划？
首先，在那个局面当中，我觉得白方可能已经就是有一点不太好动了。但我觉得我想走一些看起来不太寻常的，然后可能让我的对手可能迷惑一下吧。
那居文君你怎么看？在临场的时候是怎么判断和对待雷霆杰把王这样从王翼在还有后双车的情况下往中心去？这个迁移的这么一个决定，
我觉得这是一个有趣的决定，因为如果在保证王的安全的情况下移动到王翼到后翼，其实也会给黑棋造成一些困难，或者说一些需要去考虑的一些东西。
好那这个对局部分就到这里，然后明天是慢棋赛剩下最后一盘棋了。想请问2位棋手现在的心情和状态如何？雷霆杰，
我觉得就好好对待明天这盘棋，然后没有太多的这个，就跟之前的比赛一样吧，每一盘棋我觉得都一样的。可能明天这盘棋可能会更重要一点，但我觉得反正就尽量去下好吧。
君君，
明天是虽然说是最后一盘棋，但是我觉得其实，他也是就是我不会去想太多，我觉得就是自己去下就好了。
好那我没有其他问题，大家还有什么问题吗？没有问题。好，那没有问题，那我们今天的新闻发布会就到这里，谢谢2位棋手，谢谢安娜。